Okay now. Okay.
Sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,066.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And there it is right there. Continuity, Tinubu. Where am I? So, pardon me. Pardon me. So there it is right there. Continuity, Tinubu, continuity. Because Osoba, Laraba, Lati Adamawa, Osoba, Laraba from Adamawa. You heard her say it. Continuity, Tinubu, continuity. Why do I look so? I always look weird on the screen. Why do I ask myself why I look so weird? I know what I look like now. You know when you see yourself looking back, you know the worst thing the worst thing you want to hear is the sound of your own voice. I've not yet met anybody that actually likes the sound of their own voice or the look of their own gait or whatever. But there it is, continuity, Tinubu, continuity, and all that. Continuity, Tinubu, continuity. That is according to Laraba from Adamawa. So, continuity, Tinubu, and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful. And by the way, some of you may see my Twitter handle in the comment section. So if you want to go follow me on Twitter, please do. We have strong presence in all of the social media platforms outside of Twitter. You know, we have about 7,000 followership, and we don't even spend time there. But we have about 7,000 followership on Facebook. We have about 2,000 on TikTok. We have our numbers that you can see on the screen on YouTube. But on Twitter, we don't have anybody. So let's get ourselves to 1,000 on Twitter. Just I think I'm going to be, because I've never really spent time on that space. But then suddenly I realized that no, if we're going to go forward, then we have to be even on what's it called, on Instagram. There's no platform we don't have a strong presence outside of Twitter. And it's just suddenly struck me about 2-3 days ago that why don't we have a presence on Twitter? So we now must have a presence on Twitter because a lot of our what shapes on Twitter. Do you know what this is? It's not vodka, sadly. It is water mixed with lime. You know, I want to change my 1-pack to a 6-pack. So apparently, if you lace your water with lime, it flushes your system. So that's what's going on here. This, sadly, is not vodka, but it's water laced with lime. So water laced with lime. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day. What's this at the top of my? So hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far, and hope the Martini kò lè jẹ́ Martini náà aládùrúgbò yìí báwo lè aládùrúgbò yìí ṣe máa jẹ́ Martini Abbey. This is water, sadly. Yeah, so hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. And then I hope the glory of that day continues for spending time in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow the eagle lands again. So the eagle lands again. If you are new to this space, we do this every day. We discuss all matters germane to the Nigerian space. So that's what we do. We discuss mainly Nigerian politics. Sometimes we discuss social life, but mainly the hub of our conversation wraps around the Nigerian political space. So the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Share the links just as widely as you can, especially the people on Twitter and Facebook. In fact, on all of the platforms we're streaming to, really. Share the links just as widely as you can so that we have as many as possible people joining us. So share the links just as widely as you can. What else do I say? Say hello to me in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So we're looking forward to the first comment on Twitter. So if you are joining us on Twitter, say something in the comment section so we at least have our first comment interaction on Twitter. Or are we calling it X now? Let's call it X. I'm not quite sure if I'll ever hop on board with that X something. Yeah, so I'm looking at the comment section. I'm trying to flow as well. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, etc., etc. Say X. One man say X. So yes, say hello to us on X as well if you're joining us on X. So a whole raft of so many things happening. Peter Obi, of course, had that outing on Channels Television, and unmitigated disaster, as always is the case with Peter Obi. You know, the best pathway to the presidency for Peter Obi is for him to never grant an interview again, ever. You know, that's the best strategy for Peter Obi. The best pathway to the presidency for Peter Obi is for him to never interact with the media ever again. Because as soon as he opens, did you watch that interview with Sheyi Okinbaloye? Is one of the most, and Sheyi Okinbaloye, by the way, is not even a hard-hitting journalist. Is not a hard-hitting interviewer. You know, even somebody as mild and meek as Sheyi Okinbaloye, he still couldn't straddle that space. You know, any and every question is the same go-to answer. He'll go and hide away in this righteous indignation, you know, this rage that has no meaning, sound and fury signify nothing. Any and every question, I can do it, I will do it. Go and check my record, Anambra. Insecurity, I can do it, I will do it, I can do it. How will you fix the electricity problem? I can do it, I will do it. It's integrity and character. How are you going to fix the social deficit, the chasm between the rich and the poor? I can do it, I will do it. Integrity, character. It's about leadership. Get out now. No, that's not. You're not. Even Rufai Oseni, even he's now having the language of fed up. So a lot of that going on. So we'll be speaking to that space, of course. We'll also be speaking to the person actually sponsoring the Obi-Kwankwaso ticket. So we'll be unveiling that. Tinubu snubs South African envoy over xenophobic attack on Nigerians. So we'll be discussing that. So this one, actually, let me put this one on the screen. You see, I'm bringing you this one really because it tickles me. It's exactly the direction. Oh, the Twitter account is pinned in the comment section, Ajani. So I think you should see it there. I just want, I want that. I know, yes, maybe I should even drive the traffic towards there. Yeah, so follow us. Say something on Twitter. I think with Twitter and everywhere else, I think it's a matter of they promote according to engagement. So let's see what level of engagement we get there to propel us somewhat. Yeah. All right. So where was I? So I can't spend too much time doing that. Otherwise, it will I'll be somewhat skittish all over the place. Yes. Let me bring you this headline actually, because when I saw this one, it really tickled me because for me, this is the direction of travel that you expect all of the states. You see, there was one story that I read some time ago that some southeastern states was investing very heavily in the upmarket property sections of our Lagos state. So that Lekki, VI, Banana Island sort of things, they were buying up land and putting up superstructures. So that is the sort of, any Southeastern state that is doing that, you have to applaud them for the intellect. So along that line, this move now by Benue State is exactly the sort of things that you'd expect state governors to be doing. So let me show you what I mean. So let me show you what I mean. Benue wins 3 all blocks in national licensing rounds. So there's absolutely no reason why all these states, who are awash with money, by the way, cannot be investing in all these sort of assets. So well done to Benue State for at least investing in oil blocks. It's better than it going to Indimi and all these Fulanis in Borno. Where is Ndimi from? Ndimi is from Borno State and is the largest oil field is the largest oil block holder in the country. So how is that even a thing? Ndimi from Borno State, he owns the fattest and the largest expanse of oil blocks in the country. Not a single drop of anything in Borno State. Benue wins 3 all blocks in national licensing round. So let me just give you 3 paragraphs from this. Benue State has secured 3 of the 37 oil and gas blocks awarded by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission in the 2025 licensing round, marking a turning point in the state's energy history. The blocks PPL 800, PPL 801, and PPL 902 spans the Benue Trough and Anambra Basin across Otukpo, Apa, and Opoku local government areas. They carry the legacy of 5 exploration wells, the oldest drilled in 1954. So it's not, I don't really care for the detail, but I care for the headline that Benue State is investing in oil blocks. So that is the sort of thing that you expect that and you hope that the states will be doing with their funds, rather than doing the Owambe parties and building, flyovers that fly over to nowhere. So let's go from that to this. Tinubu snubs South African envoy over xenophobic. Let's do that again. Tinubu snubs South African envoy over xenophobic attacks on Nigerians. So there has to be some sort of comeuppance in terms of these excesses of the South Africans. So I think the returnees should sue the South Africans in Nigeria, get a judgment against that country, and then they can tie that judgment against whatever assets the South African government has in Nigeria. Tinubu snubs South African envoy over xenophobic attack on Nigerians. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reportedly declined a meeting with a special envoy sent by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa following fresh concerns over xenophobic attacks against Nigerians living in South Africa. The South African delegation, led by the country's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola, arrived in Abuja on July the 24th with a diplomatic message intended for the Nigerian leader. However, sources familiar with the development said the meeting did not take place, as Nigerian authorities expressed dissatisfaction over unresolved issues surrounding the safety of Nigerians in South Africa. The latest diplomatic tension comes in the wake of the death of a Nigerian citizen, Chika Ibe, who was reportedly taken from his residence in somewhere in Cape Town and allegedly tortured to death by members of the South African Police Service. So you see, that's the real killer, and pardon the metaphor, that's the real killer right there. It's tortured to death by the South African Police Service. So even the organization, even the organ of the South African structure that is meant to protect the Nigerians there are the ones actually torturing them to death. So we have to be able to address this South African thing frontally. So that's Tinubu then snubbing the South African envoy. So whatever that means. Let me send the link again. We don't have an abundance in the news, so you have to come in and make conversation. Otherwise, it might well go south, you know. All right, let me send the link for anybody that wants to come in. All right. So that's the link right there. Anybody that wants to come into the studio, come into the studio. Let me send the link to, yeah. All right, so yeah, let's go on from that one to this one. Let's go on from that one to this one. ADC accuses PDP of splitting opposition votes ahead of the 2027 election. So this is a familiar story, actually. So I don't actually think the ADC, they don't amount to anything anymore. There's no energy in that space. Anyway, you don't even get the sense that there's an election going on because the opposition space is so bereft of idea or any punch or verve. ADC accuses PDP of splitting opposition votes ahead of the 2027 elections. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has alleged that the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is splitting opposition votes to the advantage of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, urging Nigerians to reject the PDP in the 2027 general elections. So you see this thing right there. This is the victory. This is what actually, over and above everything else, this is what guarantees Tinubu's victory right there. So all of the opposition votes are broken down into bite-sized chunks, apart from the APC vote. So let me explain. The people that are likely to vote for the APC, they are not likely to be swayed by Atiku or Peter Obi or Makinde or Showore or anybody. Anybody that is a Tinubu person, an APC person, they are not likely to be swayed by Atiku, Peter Obi, Showore, etc., etc. But the people that are likely to vote for the PDP, they can be swayed to vote for the ADC, do you see, or the NDC. So all of that votes that should coalesce into one is split into bite-sized chunks. And that is what guarantees Tinubu's victory. The APC votes hold solid, but the opposition votes are broken down into bite-sized chunks. So the NDC and the PDP take votes away from the ADC. The ADC takes votes away from the PDP, and Peter Obi takes votes away from the both spaces. All of that from just one tiny vote. Even the convergence of all their votes still does not defeat the APC, the incumbency. But then those votes now broken down into bite-sized chunks, it guarantees. So even the conversation now is not who wins the election anymore. It's really what the margin of victory will be. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has alleged that the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is splitting opposition votes to the advantage of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, urging Nigerians to reject the PDP in the 2027 general elections. The party's governorship candidate in Jigawa State, Senator Sabo Mohammed Nakudu, made the claim during the Jigawa Southwest ADC stakeholder meeting held in Dutse over the weekend. So that's that right there. I don't think we need much more from that because I think we get the drift of that. Let me take you very quickly to this. This is the Nnamdi Kanu space. Ejiofor reacts as Kanu terminates his service as lawyer. So it's just, do you remember when we couldn't hold a session and it was always Nnamdi Kanu or Peter or what's it called, Simon Ekpa? But now, not even the Igbos have forgotten Nnamdi Kanu now. They completely abandoned him for their new messiah. So after the 2027 elections, they will go back to Nnamdi Kanu. But for the moment, if Nnamdi Kanu pies in the prison, I don't think they will even notice. Ejiofor reacts after Kanu terminates his services as lawyer. So there it is right there. A legal practitioner, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, has reacted after his removal as the personal counsel to the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, saying he remains silent over the years, despite alleged threats and sustained attacks. Ejiofor's reaction allegedly follows a decision conveyed in a letter dated July the 22nd, 2026, from the Sokoto Correctional Center, which formally terminated his services and cautioned him against making public statements or disclosing confidential information obtained during his legal engagement. In a statement posted on the Facebook page, the lawyer dismissed what he described as the curious panic of those confronted by nothing but silence, insisting he had exercised restraint despite repeated provocations. So does he actually tell us anything that is of meaning? I don't think he has anything to say, actually. All right, it says the time has not, I skipped through quite a, I skipped through quite a few paragraphs. Let me just give you this. It says, the time has not yet come for me to divulge professionally obtained information. So that is to tell you that at some point he will make some, exposés or revelations. So he's happy to breach his professional privilege, or whatever the term is. He's happy to breach it, but not now, is what he's saying. It says, the time has not yet come for me to divulge professionally obtained information, and even if I had intended to do so, I would have done so long before now, he said. Ejiofor maintained that his actions have consistently been guided by professional ethics, adding that he would not be held responsible for the consequences of another person's conduct. He also declined to respond directly to what he described as concocted or apparently forged correspondence, hurriedly assembled by overzealous actors, so etc., etc. It's a drama a minute in that Nnamdi Kanu space, but the upshot of it is that he has sacked his lawyer. So that's that right there. 2027 elections, alleged main sponsor of Obi-Kwankwaso ticket mentioned. So this is the headline piece. A former political advisor to ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo has claimed that the retired Nigerian leader is the chief financial backer of the Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso presidential ticket ahead of the 2027 elections. Correspondents report that Akin Oshintokun, so you see this guy Akin Oshintokun right here. If there's anybody that speaks to Obasanjo's mind, he speaks to Obasanjo's mind. And the moment, because this is Obasanjo's main voice in the public space, so the moment this guy started advocating for Peter Obi, you immediately knew that Obasanjo was Peter Obi's backer. A former presidential advisor to the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo has claimed that the retired Nigerian leader is the chief financial backer of the Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso presidential ticket ahead of the 2027 elections. Correspondents report that Oshintokun made the claim during an interview on Arise TV Sunday, July the 26th, 2026. saying it was conspicuously obvious that Obasanjo supports seat firmly behind the NDC ticket ahead of the 2027 elections. So there it is right there. According to Oshotokun, Obasanjo did not merely endorse the pairing, but actively engineered it, bringing the two politicians together himself. As a matter of fact, Obasanjo, is the principal sponsor. He was one who, that should be, he was the one who put the two of them together. This is what I know, Oshotokun said during the interview. He added, Obasanjo, was the one who brokered the ticket between Obi and Kwankwaso. Both of them are quite close to him. So that, of course, is a ticket that makes sense and has the potential to make a lot of impact in the 2027 elections. The comment appears aimed at pushing back against a separate narrative that has been circulating, suggesting that Obasanjo may have been lending quiet support to President Bola Tinubu. Oshitoko dismissed the theory, arguing that Obasanjo's backing of Obi-Kwankwaso ticket made it impossible to sustain such a claim. So I don't think it makes it impossible to sustain such a claim, because that claim, of course, is coming from the Atiku camp, and there is every permutation that permutates. Even the Obi-Kwankwaso ticket is still very much a Tinubu ticket. It favors Tinubu's return more than anything else, because it just further dilutes everything. So the Obi ticket does nothing other than to dilute the opposition vote, and that diluted opposition vote favors Tinubu. So Obi-Kwankwaso ticket is still very much a Trojan horse for the Tinubu re-election. So how do you then rationalize from that fact that he is supporting Obi-Kwankwaso and then insinuate that he's working for Tinubu because Tinubu visited him in 2023? Do you remember that in the last session I was telling you about this visit of Tinubu in 2023? So that visit is very much in play, and this comes later. I think we spoke about it about 2 days ago, but this comes back into play now. So there it is right there. Here's Aki Oshitoko actually saying it in his own words.
There are always conspiracy theories in politics. And look, Segun Osoba made allusions to, not even allusions, wrote in his book quite elaborately, his relationship with Obasanjo, or whatever the misunderstanding between them during that period, elaborately, in his book, in his memoirs. And then again, he said recently that he then again, came up with this, his own, the suspicion that they had about Obasanjo deceiving them. Look, again, I was a campaign director at that time, and from the Southwest. So the question, whenever the governors of AD governors talk about deceiving them, it boggles me, that in what respect? Osoba said that they had written the election results, before the whatever. And so if Obasanjo was going to write the results of the election, beforehand, why then will he go and lobby the support of Afenifere for his own re-election? Look.
All right. So that's Akin Oshuntokun right there, trying to explain a way that Tinubu, that Obasanjo is not a Tinubu agent. But a lot of people actually feel that Obasanjo is a Tinubu agent, including Atiku Abubakar's wife herself, who has come out now to frontally confront Obasanjo. Watch this.
Bàbá Ọbásanjọ́, ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o, ẹ kú ètò rìkíṣí tẹ̀ ń dì káàkiri, ẹ kú ètò, ẹ ǹlẹ́, Ọlọ́run á san yín lẹ́san gbogbo ohun tẹ̀ ń ṣe. kí l'Àtíkù rà nígbà yín náà mo fẹ́ bi yín léèrè ṣé wọ́n bí Ṣólomẹ́ja ni wọn fìyàn ṣe vice lẹ fi ṣe vice ó dẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé yín ẹsẹ̀ méjèèjì ìgbà táwọn gómìnà against yín ṣebóun ló tì pé òun fẹ́ betray yín ẹ̀yin ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ sanwó síbi tó wá ṣó ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ ju third time lọ ni ó dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀ yín ó fi style bẹ̀ yín ó fohùn bẹ̀ yín ó fọlọ́run bẹ̀ yín ṣọ́lọ́run ni yín ni lẹ́yìn àpọ́nlé àbùkù ló kàn àbùkù ni mo fẹ́ fi kàn yín láàárọ̀ ìtorí ẹ̀ mọ̀ ètò tì àgbà yín àgbà ránù ni àgbà tí ò mọ létò ẹ̀dẹ̀lẹ́ ẹ lọ bible school ṣé bible school tẹ́ ẹ lọ ṣé wọ́n ní kẹ́ máa fi dìtẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń pe òbí lẹ́ ń pe rábíù lẹ́ ń pe Kwankwaso kí làwọn ènìyàn ní ṣe pẹ̀lú yín ẹ lè jókòó gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn general Babangida àwọn general Abdulsalam àwọn Tiwa Danjuma àwọn general Gusau ẹ rí bí wọ́n ti sọwọ́ ọmọ wọn tí wọ́n ṣàgbéjẹ́ mọ́wọ́ àfi kẹ́ máa kúrú kẹ́ máa ga agbọ́pọ̀ tẹ́ẹ̀lì ló ní Tinubu fún yín ẹ lò 3 days lẹ́ ń pe òbí lẹ́ ń pe rábíù tẹ́ǹsán tí wọ́n ti owó sí yín ẹ má fàbùkù kanra yín fa torí Ọlọ́run ló ní k'Àtíkù máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe yìí Ọlọ́run ló fẹ́ lò fún Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yin ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ gbà Ọlọ́run lẹ́ ń bá fọ Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ fàbùkù kàn yín èyí tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kójú tì yín á tẹlẹ́gbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn yín kí ló dé ńgbà tẹ́ wà ń prison yìí ó là bó ti ń ṣe nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ pé Shehu Musa Yar'Adua ló wà ń bẹ̀ bó ti ń ṣe pẹ̀lú yín nìyẹn ọ̀la ọ̀túnla tó bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ á náà yín ni bóòsù ẹ̀yin ni ọ̀gá àwọn ẹ̀yin ni gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣé Kwankwaso lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín àbóbí torí ẹ̀ ní Fáyọ̀ṣe fífi yín wọlé níbi bábí ẹ̀ tó pè yín tó láàlì yín ẹ̀ kì í ṣàgbà àwọn Yorùbá wọn dẹ̀ respect yín àṣàgbà tó ń tolé àgbà tó ń da nǹkan rúlẹ̀ everybody mọ̀ yín sí ẹ ṣe question ara yín bàbá tẹ́ bá sùn tẹ́ bá jí ńkọ́ torí ètè lẹ fi ń jí ètè lẹ fi ń sùn tẹ́ bá wà nínú period yẹn tọ́lọ́run bá mú yín lọ ńkọ́ tó mẹ́rin kí lẹ fẹ́ lọ bọ́lọ̀ ń sọ ẹ padà sí school ẹ ń ka bible ṣé bible ètè ni wọ́n ní kẹ́ máa fi ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ṣọ́ra yín kẹ́ sọwọ́ síbi táwọn ń gbé kẹ́ fi Àtíkù lẹ́rùn lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ní blessing tẹ́ máa fàtíkù ẹ fún tẹ́ ẹ bá ní ẹ fílẹ̀ ẹ máa wò ó nà kò dẹ̀ tọrọ owó lọ́wọ́ yín kò dẹ̀ sunkún sí yín ó ń respect yín dọ̀la dọ̀túnla anything tó bá máa taba yín Àtíkù ò fẹ́ anything tó bá máa taba yín Àtíkù ò fẹ́ 2003 èmi wà ní campaign team àǹtí Ìyábọ̀ àwa ló tẹ̀lé èmi mo bí léèrè ní òtẹ́ẹ̀lì pé kí ló dé tó fi tẹ̀lé bàbá ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ òun àti bàbá ò ní wọra ẹni tá a fẹ́ yín tá a ṣe tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá sí láyé lónìí Àtíkù ò ní jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ yín ráre ẹ mú gbogbo ẹ̀ ń tẹ́ báṣubàṣu ṣọ́ọ̀bọ ni yín ni torí ẹni tí ò bá ti mẹ́ni tó fọ́ràn ọ̀bọ ni yín bàbá ṣọ́ọ̀bọ ni ẹ sọ mi ṣọ́ọ̀bọ ni yín tẹ́ bá ṣọ̀bẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pọ̀ bọ̀ ní torí ọ̀bọ ló máa ń fò káàkiri bí aláìní ròònù báyìí kí ló dé ẹ tọwọ́ yín baṣọ o mo kàn wá fún yín ní kìlọ̀ ni mo fún yín ní kìlọ̀ a lè lágbàlagbà bí yín ní nọ́ọ̀tì èmi ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí àti ìyá mi àti bàbá mi owó tí mo ní ni mò ń yá yín a lè lágbàlagbà bíi tiyín lókè ọ̀yà kó máa ṣe báṣubàṣu tẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe bàbá gbogbo èèyàn ló identify Àtíkù pẹ̀lú yín ẹ̀yin náà dẹ̀ mọ̀ bí wọ́n ti ń wo Àtíkù wò yín tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ní bá a ṣe nǹkan kan nípa kó di ààrẹ ẹ fílẹ̀ èwo lẹ̀ ń súná sí bíbá lẹ̀ ń súná sókè lẹ̀ ń súná sísàlẹ̀ kí ló dé lẹ́yìn àpọ́nlé àbùkù ló kún àbùkù náà lẹ máa kàn tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá dẹ́yìn lẹ́yìn Àtíkù mo fẹlẹ mo ṣiṣi yín létí tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá dẹ́yìn ẹ máa rí ṣàkàṣàkà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ó dàbọ̀.
So there it is right there. I couldn't sum it up any better. Lẹ́yìn àpọ́nlé kí ló kù àbùkù ló kù. So there it is right there. The dragging of Obasanjo on the floor by Atiku's Yoruba wife. On to this one then. Rufai Oseni faults Peter Obi, demands clear plan for Nigeria. So I've been telling you for quite a while now, there's somewhat of a pivoting taking place, and the penny is starting to drop within that obedience space. At least the ones that are honestly within that obedience space, the harbingers of change within the obedience space, the penny is starting to drop with them. But a lot of the obedience space are just ethnic jingoists. But the ones that were conned into that space, the wool is starting to pull from their eyes. Rufai Oseni, of course, he's cynically in that space, but even he cannot abide the lack of the rudderless sort of politicking of Peter Obi. He watched that interview as well with Sheyin Baloye and the alarms. Rufai Oseni faults Peter Obi, demands clear plan for Nigeria. Arise television anchor Rufai Oseni has criticized the 2027 presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC, Peter Obi, demanding that he provides Nigerians with clear and workable plans for addressing the country's challenges. Oseni made the remarks on Monday whilst reviewing Obi's recent television interview, where he questioned the former Anambra State governor's approach to addressing some of the country's major problems. The broadcaster said Nigerians could not afford to elect leaders based on broad promises without knowing how such promises will be implemented. So this is what I've always said about Peter Obi. His answer to everything is to hide in some sort of contrived indignation and then allow that, it will indignantly, it hides in this false outrage and indignation, and they say, I will do it, I can do it. It's about character and integrity, this, that, and no. Character and integrity is not what will defeat Boko Haram now. Character and integrity is not what will fix the electricity problem. Character and integrity is not what will fix the skills deficit. It's well-laid plans. You know, what Tinubu is doing somewhat is an example of what fixes anything. It creates the Nail Fund. People are getting educated. They come out of that education to create then a solid workforce, a highly skilled workforce for the country. So that's what builds, is not empty rhetorics and false contrived indignation. That's not what builds anything. It's actual building. All these roads that Tinubu is building, that people are finding boring, these are the building blocks. You know, all these fighter jets that we're buying, we just bought another round from Italy, all of these sort of things. You know, these are the things that grows a country, not just I will do it, I can do it. It has to be well laid out plans. Well laid out plans. So right, Rufai Oseni falls Peter Obi demands clear plan for Nigeria. Arise television anchor Rufai Oseni has criticized the 2027 presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC, Peter Obi, demanding that he provides Nigerians with clear and workable plans for addressing the country's challenges. Oseni made the remark on Monday whilst reviewing Obi's recent television interview, where he questioned the former Anambra State governor's approach to addressing some of the country's major problems. The broadcaster said Nigerians could not afford to elect leaders based on broad promises without knowing how such promises will be implemented. According to him, candidates seeking to govern Nigeria must explain the methodology behind their proposed solutions rather than merely identifying problems confronting the country. I didn't see how. We can't run a country on vibes, Oseni said. He particularly challenged Obi and other presidential aspirants to provide concrete strategies for tackling insecurity, stressing that candidates could address their broad policy direction without disclosing sensitive operational details that could compromise security. Oseni said, "We will fix insecurity. How? And please, people should stop telling us, I don't want to share my operational details." He argued that candidates were not expected to disclose operational details, but should be able to explain the broader framework and methodology they intend to adopt once elected. Nobody says you should share your operational details because as a candidate, you can't have operational details. What we are saying is overarching details, methodology, how you are going to do it, he added. Oseni also expressed concern over the absence of a comprehensive manifesto or policy blueprint, stressing that Nigerians should be able to scrutinize the ideas of presidential candidates ahead of the 2027 elections. He said the debate should move beyond personalities and political popularity to the workability of the policies being proposed by those seeking to lead the country. So the politics will never move to that space, because if the politics moves beyond personality and gaslighting and jingoism, then Obi is dead in the waters. If we move beyond, if we start to go into the workability of policies, then Obi is completely dead. He promised us 10,000 megawatts to be generated and distributed within 4 years. How is he going to do it? He said he doesn't want to tell you. He promises you security within 4 years. How is he going to do it? He doesn't want to tell you. He promises you this food security and abundance of food. He promises to solve all of the problems. He says he knows the problem of the North and is going to solve it. What are those problems? He would not say. How is he going to solve it? He cannot say. So if we go to the workability of policy, Obi has no policies anyway, because he just speaks in this vague, abstract, non-sequitur sort of nonsensity. We will go from consumption to production. What does that mean? What does that mean in actual practicable terms? What's the meaning of that, rather than just word salad, just the utterances of words, just for the purposes of speech? You know, what does that actually, we go from, so, okay, then walk us through those details, because every policy of every government is a move from consumption to production. You know, if they are improving road infrastructure, that's consumption to production. If they are improving electricity, that's consumption to production. So what do you actually mean? What are the measurables? What are the deliverables? What metrics do we measure you against? Go to Anambra, I have done it, I will do it. Go and verify integrity and character. You don't know now. No, you can't gaslight all the way through to the elections. It won't work. He said the debate should move beyond personalities and political popularity to the workability of policies being proposed by those seeking to lead. But you see, the thing with the Obi space is that they cannot go into this space being proposed by Rufai Oseni, because if they go into that space, they are dead in the waters, because they know that the country is working. They know what is going on. They know that everything that will move that country forward is happening now. They know. They know. Let me show you an example of what I mean. They know. Let me show you an example. This tells you that they do know. I'll show you two examples to show you that the people supporting Peter Obi, they know that the pathway to the country that they want is what is going on now. But they don't care for the progress of that country. There's no single person supporting Peter Obi that wants Nigeria to grow or develop. They just want their tribesman in government, because they know that the country is making sharp and aggressive progress to the future. So there's no equivocal, there's no arguing anything that country, within the 3 years that Tinubu has been there, has made quantum leaps in a progressive manner across all of the stratas of the matrix of measure. Road is impossible for. Let me play you these clips. I'll play you two clips, and after these two clips, you will know categorically that the people supporting Peter Obi, they actually know that Tinubu is the best thing for that country, but reasons of tribe is why they are supporting Peter Obi. Just watch these two clips, and you will have no doubt in your mind.
As a Tinubu loyalist, can you point to three things Tinubu has achieved in the last 4 years?
First of all, I'll say ASU strike. Now your
ASU strike?
Yes. But have you heard of ASU strike in the last 3 years?
I feel that's not significant enough to common men.
I mean, what do you mean to common men? It's the child of the common men that are going to these schools now. Lot of children of the common men are in University of Ibadan, University of Lagos. Don't you understand? And 3 years is 3 years. I did a 4-year course. I used 6 years in school. You understand? And it's the children of the common men that are benefiting from the NEL fund. Over 1.5 million people. You understand? Getting 20K per month as stipend. That might not seem to be a lot, but it's free. It's free. They are not paying that back. The stipend.
I thought it's a loan.
No, it's not a loan. It's not part of
a grant.
Yeah, it's not a grant. It's free. Yeah. So that's
number one.
That's
number two, sir.
Infrastructure. Do you travel?
Travel.
Do you see what is going on around the country? Lagos, Ibadan, Lagos, Calabar.
Coastal Road.
Sokoto Badagry. I mean, you don't travel at all. If you travel, anybody that travel won't be against Tinubu. It's not always all about the price of Gary. You understand? It's simple economics. It will come from up down. It's always about the macro before it comes to the micro.
In this infrastructure, I cannot argue with but then I have not really seen any significant infrastructure he has commissioned aside the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. And
Badagry. How about the Trans-Sahara Highway connecting Ebonyi to the north?
Okay, so I will agree with you. Infrastructure. Number 3, sir.
How about the more revenue is given to our state government?
So do you see what I mean? So the interviewer was an Obi person, obviously, but the guy that he was interviewing was just an average man on the street. And they tried their usual gaslighting. How does it affect the common man? You know, that really infuriates me when they say, how does it affect the common man? Sorry, who is going to drive on the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, the road that links the east to the north, and all of the artillery roads? Countless kilometers of road being built. Who's going to benefit from that? Is it rich people that will be... Do you have to show a rich ticket to drive on the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway? Who will be using it? Is it for Dangote only and not $10? What sort of ridiculous nonsense is that? Who's going to dive from Sokoto to Badagry? Is it for the Kwashogis only? I mean, it's just ridiculous now. How does it affect the common man, road infrastructure? What affects the common man more than road infrastructure? Do you know what those road means in terms of logistics and growth? It's impossible not. The whole of the Southeast. I'm going to put together a montage, which I'm going to put it up tomorrow. I'm going to put together a montage of the roads being built by Tinubu just in the Southeast. So if anybody has clips of them, please send in them to my Instagram. I'm going to collate them and put together a montage. He has completely remapped the whole of the Southeast, Tinubu, in 3 years. So they can't say they don't know now. They see it now. It's impossible for them to say they don't know because they see it. They live it. Do you know that electricity has improved right across the country? I was watching a clip from Bayelsa. Whoever sent me that Bayelsa clip, please send it again. They cannot remember the last time they took their light. In Lagos, we have shown you clips of Lagos. In places like Ikorodu, not even the top echelons of society, that or the top echelon areas of society, places like Ikorodu, they're telling you that they cannot remember the last time that NEPA took their light. Quietly, these things are happening. You know, so they cannot claim not to see it. So, but they don't care about the development of Nigeria. Nigeria can turn into Dubai, or Nigeria can burn to the ground. All these people care about is for their ethnic man to be. It's just a tribalistic nonsense. It's just, and who is that ethnic man even? Is that Peter Obi? You saw him now on Chinwo Kimbaloye. They ask him any question. I will do it. I can do it. Character integrity. He couldn't answer one single question. One single one. I can bring you, people have been sending me endless clips from that thing. Anytime this guy comes out in the media space, it becomes a laughing stock. You cannot clip one single clip from any Peter B interview that a question has been asked and an answer given. Ever. It will run away into some righteous indignation and do some gaslighting, ethnic dog whistling, and that is his answer to everything. I will do it. I can do it. Go to Adaba, Taba. Let me show you. These people know, but they don't care. They only want their tribesman. They know, but they don't care. Watch this.
Well, I want to apologize to His Excellency. I'm very, very sorry. To be very honest, I didn't know. But I'll say that one of the challenges that this government is facing is that his supporters do not really hype his work very well, to be very honest. You are supporting him, but you're not hyping the work that he's doing. So people don't really know. And people will only accuse what they don't know. Now, about the student loan, I really did not know. About 2 months ago, when I saw the report, they said about how many billions of naira was invested into the student loan. I was like, it's a lie. Who is receiving it? 200,000 people. Who are the people? In fact, on the comment section of that post, I saw that kind of thing there. Just for Miss Tina to send the live to me, and I checked, and I joined the live, and I heard the person talk. And it's true. So I went to the place, I went to Nel Fund, and I checked, that's their page on Twitter, and I saw that people are receiving, some people are even complaining, I'm not. Do you know that this loan, they will pay you? Imagine that if you're in, let's say you're in 400 level, and you apply for the loan in 400 level, they will pay you all the school fees you paid from 100 level, 200 level, 300 level. They will pay it back to you, and then you are also receiving stipends every month. I did not know. God Almighty, I did not know. I did not know. Now, imagine, I did not know, and I'm very active on social media. I didn't know. Imagine how many millions of Nigerians don't know this thing. Imagine if I call my mom today like this and say, do you know that student loan? She will say she doesn't know. People don't know. Now, because how will we know? There's no hyping. There's no. So I'm thinking of coming on live. I'm thinking about something that has to do with this. I'm thinking we should maybe I should come on live and we can discuss what to do about it. But I'm personally thinking of a challenge, of people who have received a loan. And if you have received this loan and you are joining hands in accusing His Excellency, God is watching you. Me, I am like Nigerian Army. My loyalty is to the presidency. Whoever is the president is who my loyalty is to right now. So, guys, I don't know when I should come on live, but suggest.
So it is not that they don't know, they do know, because there's too much being done for them to claim not to know. There's too much. In 3 years, in 3 years, in 3 years, what this guy has done in 3 years, just 3 years, what this guy has done in 3 years is more than what anybody has done from the independence of our country till date. From the day of independence, from 1960 till date, this guy here, in 3 years, has done more than the culmination of all of them put together. You cannot claim not to see it. It's impossible. It's impossible for you to say you don't see it. Impossible. Go to the Muritala Mohammed International Airport. The airport has been completely gutted down, being built into an international standard airport. You cannot claim not to see it. You cannot claim now. Go to the Southeast now. The whole of the Southeast has been remarked infrastructurally. Go to Abuja now. Even Isaac Fayose, one of the champion voices of the Peter Obi space, he never stops eulogizing about the excellent work being done in Abuja. You cannot claim not to see it now. You cannot claim not to see it. It's impossible for you to say you can't see it. So the only thing then that propels you is just that tribalistic ethnic jingle. They cannot claim not to see it. Watch this.
Badagry Super Highway. This is Sokoto Badagry Super Highway, a stretch of about 1,068 kilometers with continuous reinforced concrete and solar light with CCTV and with the trees planted. It's going to crisscross Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun, and Lagos. And it's going to connect to the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, which is a stretch of about 750 kilometers. And of course, will link to Calabar, Benue, Kogi, Nasarawa, and FCT, which is a Trans-Hara. And of course, is going to connect to Akwanga, Jos, Bauchi, Gombe, and Borno, courtesy of our dear President Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. At this point, I must commend His Excellency, Mr. President, President Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his unwavering commitment to the progress and prosperity of this nation. This road is not mere road, but it's a statement to the unity and progress of this nation. There is no nation that can prosper without infrastructure, solid infrastructure like this. You can imagine this is the Sokoto axis, which starts from Ilela and terminates at Bayawa, neighboring Kebbi State, 120 kilometers. Already, 20 kilometers continuous reinforced concrete has been achieved, courtesy of Mr. President. At this point, I must commend my minister, the Minister of Works, Engineer David Mahi.
So as I'm saying, it is impossible for them to claim not to see it. So if they can't see it, because it is not possible for them not to say they cannot see it, then what is left? You know, all of these things that we are hearing, the now funds that girl is talking about, can somebody send me the clip that broke out just earlier on today? All those students celebrating that they got double money from their arrears in their NEL fund in the north singing normal logo. Can somebody send me that clip? It is impossible. Let me show you this. I'm telling you that the only reason these people are still doing their ding-dong is because of tribalism and ethnic jingle. They do not want the progression of that country in any way whatsoever. They just want their tribesman in charge. It is impossible for them to claim not to see it. Possible. It is impossible for anybody to claim that that country is not being moved forward.
Badagry Road. Lọ́sí Sokoto, Tíṣàkárí ò ṣe látọdún 5 million years. Tinubu ti ṣe.
Benin Expressway lélẹ́yìí o.
Benin Expressway lélẹ́yìí o.
Ó ṣe réluwé o.
Ó ṣe réluwé o. Bóyá wà yìí, ó dé Kálágun, ó dé gbogbo yìí. Ẹ wá ní kò ṣiṣẹ́.
So that is the Benin Expressway right there. So like I said, it is impossible for them to claim not to see it.
For over a week now, the familiar sound of power generators has gradually given way to the steady hum of uninterrupted electricity in some parts of Yenagoa. Homes that once depended on generators now enjoy round-the-clock power supply, while business owners say the development is easing operational costs and improving productivity.
In a month, I spent over 300,000 for fuel. You understand? But it's like over 3 weeks now.
So there you heard it now. That's in Bayelsa State. For 3 weeks, they've not had power interruption. So that's not to say they will not have it in the future, but that is to tell you that quite aggressive progress is being made in that space. So it is impossible for them to say they cannot say it. Watch this.
Láti last year ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Láti last year ní títí di ìsìn kò sí gbèsè kò sáré àsílẹ̀.
Àríyá ti wà nílẹ̀ àní ṣe ló ń kàn án sọ.
So that was for the non-Yoruba speakers. That was a pensioner right there telling you that suddenly his phone will just ring, will beep rather, and then he will check the phone and it's an alert from his bank that his account has been credited. And then when he goes to find out what the credit was for, it was the arrears for his pension. So they are not now doing that just in the push towards the election. That's been happening for the last 2 years. That's what that man said. So every so often, they are paying their pensions now regularly, and then they are clearing their arrears of that pension. So yeah, it's impossible for you to say you cannot see it. So if we are looking at, I got an abundance of clips here, and as people come in to want to argue otherwise, let me play you one more.
One man. Yeah, this is Agbado reporting live.
No, that was a clip from one of but I have plenty of clips here. So let me play you this one. This one is still that Sokoto Super Highway.
Tinubu try nǹkan tó yẹ kó ti ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ náà ni ẹ máa ka owó wa náà ló ná fún wa. Ṣáàzìrì.
ẹ máa gbọ́ gbé mi bàbá ẹ máa gbọ́ bàbá yẹn lè ṣiṣẹ́. Ó ṣe ọ̀nà fún wa.
Highway. Wọ́n sì máa ṣe kejì náà.
Bàbá tó fẹ́ pín
màálù làwọn wò ó ṣáàtìrì.
Màálù làwọn wò àṣeṣolú. Àṣeṣolú.
Màálù làwọn wò. Ọ̀lẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
So those were a few Yoruba boys that have just gone to Sokoto State to go and buy cattle, and then it just happened that where they were buying the cattle, the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway was passed through that particular area, and then they asked, "What's going on there?" They are saying, "Oh, that's the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway that Tinubu promised." And immediately they brought out that they are not politicians. They don't care one way or the other. They went to Sokoto to buy cattle. Maybe that's their business. They go to the north, buy cattle, come and double their money. So they just saw it and they said, so this is it. And then they flipped out. So it's impossible now for anybody to say they cannot see that country progressing. So if they can see that country progressing and they continue to insist that it is their tribesman that has to be in charge, then that tells you that what propels them is not the progress of that country, but that clannish tribalism that particular section is noted for. It's just impossible for you not to see it. Let me play you one more clip. And anyway, let me just play you this clip. This is nothing to do with, this one is still a Tinubu leaning, but even his most ardent critics, because the facts are so plentiful that favors this guy, even his most ardent critics, they find it very difficult not to. It's a begrudging acknowledgement of this clip I'm about to play you now. It's a begrudging acknowledgement of the might of Jagaban. Watch this.
After Buhari won the ticket, there was no issue of campaign funding. And Buhari is not a money person. Anytime, even in meetings, you discuss money, Buhari will be looking at the ceiling. Anytime they say leaders should contribute something, Buhari develops deaf ears. Money is not his comfort zone at all. So we got to a stage we needed money. And Temi Presilva, my friend, and who I knew through Buhari, told me that we could raise the money because he's very well in good books, how many of the Nigeria's rich men. So we made an appointment to see one of the big-time rich people. And we went to him. He didn't want to be seen by us, because by then we were popular Buhari people.
Yeah, exactly.
So we entered a boat, his yacht, and we took off to the high seas, and we did the discussion.
On the high seas?
And he agreed to support. So when we came out of the boat, there was this policeman that saluted Timi Presilva in Ijo language, and my friend became depressed. From that moment, he said, I want to go back to the hotel. And he said, dinner? I couldn't even eat dinner. What happened to you? I thought we had a good news, we should celebrate. He said, no, he said, that's Sergeant. He's from Bayelsa. He's Goodluck's cousin. And anytime Goodluck wants to get something on you, that guy is the one they post to you. So this our meeting would have reached the president here by now, and it did. Before we go to Lagos, they had called that man. He got in Abuja before us, and insulted him and threatened him and that. So, and you know, these rich men, they have a club, a cult-like club.
Yes.
They want each other. So from that day, nobody who is rich would pick our phone. So I became confused and I went to...
Sorry, sir. So the Goodluck government threatened that
yes.
billionaire was meant to finance
backed off. Of course. Wow. He did not even back off. He jumped into the sea. And so couldn't get any man again. Wow. So I went to Bola. I said, Oga, see what happened. But you now, you are their friend. You deal with them, you are in the same circle. Can you help us in this matter? And he did. And through him, we were able to raise sufficient funds to do the campaign. Not only did he do that, Oshibanjo's portion of the campaign, he funded it. It hired a jet for all the trip, funded the trip, because Oshibanjo's campaign was a little bit broken away from the main campaign, because his own was as a pastor, and the ethnic nationalities and Christians had some doubts about Buhari, so Oshibanjo was, that side is not our own area, and he was just doing sort of semi-independent of the main campaign. And Bola was funding it. And then sometimes I know of another place when he hired some consultants for us from the US who were doing surveys, who were doing quite a lot of professional work.
David Axelrod and all of those.
I don't know their names. I just know that they were Obama people, and they came and they transformed our campaign. And I knew that the money he paid them was in excess of 2 billion naira equivalent, in dollars. And there's another thing about Ebola. If there's a need for an expenditure, no matter how massive, he doesn't come to the campaign post. He spends from his own purse. All these things I told you, some people don't know this, but I was there. And I knew this. And he did all these things left, right, and center. And then, for example, you notice how suddenly Buhari was wearing suit. Suddenly Buhari was wearing Yoruba. He didn't like, but all that Bola brought, those people, we coerced him to, and change the trajectory of the campaign through those his people. So that is through him. What is a human man? It's a decent guy. So I'm the only person that can confront him with these facts. He will not say, I don't know. He will not say it's a rumor because I was there.
So there it is right there, the might of the man himself. So let me just show you this as well. This will be the last one. So these are the Tinubu campaigns. These are his policy campaigns in his manifesto when he was campaigning, and what has been achieved. So he promised foreign exchange reform. That was on page 11 of his manifesto. That was done. He promised fiscal discipline and deficit management. He claimed that was done. That was on page 1113. Investment inflow and markets. So he's claiming that was fulfilled. Consumer credit core. So that was fulfilled. That was on page 14 and page 41 of his campaign promises. Tax Reform Act. That was on page 15 of his manifesto. That's been done. It says crude oil production and gas pipeline is claiming that was fulfilled. I don't know if it was or not. Electricity Act 2023, we all know that's been fulfilled. Amended PIA Act, I'm not sure what they did with the PIA Act. Fuel subsidy removal, this was in his manifesto, page 37, he did it. Educational reforms, so we all know what the reforms are. And now fund student loan scheme, that was on page 44 of his manifesto. That's been fulfilled. NYSC reform, we all know that that's taking place. Judicial Welfare and Pension Act, I think they are claimed that was a bribe to the judiciary. Local government autonomy decentralization and devolution of power. I think that's been partially fulfilled. I'm not quite sure that the local governments are fully devolved yet from the clutches of the state governors. So all that counterterrorism and anti-banditry, that's ongoing. Economic growth, that's ongoing. Renewed hope cities and estates ongoing. Agricultural mechanization program ongoing. CNG initiative that's been done partially. Mega legacy highway and road infrastructure that's ongoing. We all know what those are. Rail and trade corridors, primary healthcare centers, digital infrastructure, and vulnerable household cash transfers. So those are the campaign promises of Tinubu. So we can weigh that against his campaign in the next cycle to see just how successful he has been. So that's me. If anybody wants to come in. The link is in the comment section. We play the Kegat music. We see who turns up.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba, always a delight when Baba is here. Patrick, Glory in the house. Good to see you, Patrick. Bishop is with us. Good to see you, Bishop. Zita makes up the assembled. Good to see you, Zita. So still plenty of spaces. If any new person, especially if you are, I think we've got about 20 people watching us on Twitter now. If you want to join us from that space, please come up. We're always canvassing for new voices. Let's start it off, kick it off with you, Patrick. We do 5 minutes in the order on the screen, just to rattle through fairly quickly. Actually, if we're going by the order on the screen, then we go with Baba first. So Baba, floor is yours. We do 5-7 minutes just for people to document their thoughts. Baba.
Oh, man, if he's ready, you can let him go, no problem. But please, let's keep to time. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So Patrick, Baba yields to you. So, but he's pushing you to be a bit disciplined with the time. Give us 5-7 minutes to the conversation, Patrick.
Okay, one man. I greet everybody here. Very, very heavy hearts, So today is make it 1 week, exactly 1 week. My brother died, So, but
I didn't see you.
Sorry to hear
Sorry
that.
about that.
Sorry
Our
about that.
condolences, please.
No problem. No problem. Let us go to politics because I'm not supposed to be here by now. But I see one your video you play, So let us go to politics. You see, only in Nigeria, our politician they use road, they do campaign. It's a very pity. In Western world, nobody they use a build road, they do campaign. No, because the road is your right. Government is supposed to build road. Government is supposed to build infrastructure. In Western world, they're talking about economies, all those things. Something all people will benefit, not road. It gets some people now in grassroots, some people in the village don't know about coastal road. Some people don't know about Lagos, about the expressway. All those people in city know all those things. How do you make your policy to be fed for masses? I never see this kind of things. For me, I never see any tangible thing this government have done for citizens of this country. I never see. Because don't tell me, no fund, they give these people student loan. How can you give people 20,000 or 10,000 naira? How can that money? You can't use that money, buy something in the shopping mall. Talk less of cook pot of soup. You can't do that. So when some people say this government is not working, you people know all those things. You are living in a Western world. You living in the UK. Can you bragging now? Your prime minister can come and do campaign using road. They do campaign for people of England in this 21st century. Not make sense for me. Let us tell ourselves truth. Let us tell ourselves truth. 4 years, it's more time now. 4 years will come and come. Begin to talk about election by next year. So this government, Tinubu, is trying his best, but this best is not enough. It's not enough. P2B said it. The last interview P2B have in Channel TV, he said everything is there. Some people today, most of you guys is already enter house. When I tell you this man built school, a lot of school in Anambra State, people doesn't believe because he's not there. Because P2B not use media, they show everything he done in Anambra State. Come to Anambra State today. So this is Chukwuemeka Teaching Hospital. Chukwuemeka Teaching Hospital University in Oka. Go and check. 25 building, almost 100 or something rooms, classroom there. Very biggest university teaching hospital. But you people never enter there. Because that university before is a seat for Newi. He built another branch. Back in OB school, the university is the existing university. No, he built it from foundation to finish. They might do a lot of things in that Anambra State because they don't use media. So for me, Tinubu is trying his best, but let us put more effort. The other coastal road, I don't know. That coastal road never reach 50 kilometers self. 755 kilometers. It never reach 50 kilometers. He said we'll finish it. When? How? Lagos Ibadan Expressway. That road exists almost since when I was born. So don't use all those things campaign for masses. Because everybody now, this is 21st century. You no need to use all those things they campaign for us. Just show us what you will do to make our life better. What you will do to make our economic
Okay.
Okay.
What will make your life better and your economy better? What?
Yes. First of all, give us that subsidy for medical care. Somebody who like all those pregnant women, all those people in the village doesn't have money to go to hospital. Government can support them, make them maybe 70-30. You can go to hospital, we can make surgery. Government can pay 70, can pay 30. Give them that grant. Give them that grant as a citizen.
Okay, so can I interject?
Bishop, you will just let him prolong his 5 minutes.
No, the 5 minutes has even expired. I just wanted to
let him finish.
Wait, it's a lot in that government supposed to do for masses in that country. Look at food inflation. It can do something for this. Look at all those something make life better for citizens. He cannot do it. Only just borrow money and go and put for somewhere nobody know where that money is going. It can give us a better life.
So all those infrastructures that I just showed you clips of, what's paying for that? What is paying? Hold on. Just hold on. All those infrastructures, and I can play all those clips again if you want me to. All those infrastructures that I just showed you, what is paying for them?
My brother, that road for infrastructure can come because everybody knows government can give.
Hold on. You said you don't know what it's doing with the money. So all those, you've seen it now, and I'm sure it's not just here. Yeah, it's all over. Even if you've been to Nigeria, you've seen it with your own eyes. So what's paying for them? If you don't know what's doing with the money, then what's paying for all of these infrastructures all over the country? What's paying for them?
My brother, when I see Tinubu achievement now, I didn't see that money.
No, guy, just hold on. You said you don't know what he's doing with the money. So if you don't know what he's doing with money, then just answer that simple question. Hold on. Can you hold on? The infrastructure that I've just played about 10 clips, and I'm sure you've seen a million clips. You travel to Nigeria, you see it with your own eyes. So if you don't know what he's doing with the money, then what is paying for all of these infrastructures that you see?
My brother, that's a road infrastructure. Not to road, that money you borrow. They do that road, not that money. Because he said that's not those Calabar Coastal Road. He said this foreign investor. The money you are borrowing, where that money is going, if that road is foreign investor in funding that road, the money you are borrowing, where that money, in Nigeria today, many sickness in Nigeria, people is dying every blessed day. There's no equipment in hospital. There's no our school, most of our school in that country, there's all of them is not working. There's no running water anywhere in Nigeria in 21st century. Where that money you are borrowing as a federal government, where is the money? Instead, the road. Don't tell me road. Because any government can build road. Don't tell me coastal road. Don't tell me Abuja. Abuja is not only Nigeria. Lagos is not only Nigeria. I understand. Let us tell ourselves true. Today, it cannot live in a good accommodation. It cannot afford to live a very good environment.
All right, Bishop. Just let me hear.
You know, to rent out in Nigeria now, if you don't have money, it cannot. Government can build house for poor people, not only our judiciary. It can build all those houses to help Nigeria to establish, to make the house rent to come down. Not only judiciary, it can help masses. So for me, I didn't see anything this government is doing.
All right, we have to move it on to the next person now because people are already saying you've exceeded the time. But this is just an example. This is from Reuters. Nigeria's Tinubu seeks Parliament's approval for $516 million highway loan. So all those loans, all this money that you're saying they are borrowing, you don't know what they're doing with it. Most of those money, if not all of them, are tied to projects. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has asked Parliament to approve a $516 million foreign loan to help finance the first section of a new national highway, a major transport corridor linking the country's northwest to the southwest. So that's an example of how that borrowing works. And I can bring you 50 more examples, but it doesn't really matter. Like I said earlier, it's not that you guys don't know. It's just that you don't really care. But let's take it on, move it on to Baba. Baba, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, one man. A very fine evening to you from here. I salute you, panelists, Bishop, Zita, and who just arrived. I can see that very well. Patrick.
Let's talk now. Talk now.
Talk now. Okay, very well. And my people in the commentariat, I see our usual friends, favorites. Ayo, the joy of the platform is there. AB, long time no see. And my friend OC, how are you? Tata Wu, Jin Young, and Yomites. Yes, Yomites is there, giving it to them back to back. I salute you all, and those I can't remember their name are esteemed viewers. I will formally welcome you. Have you clicked the like button? And if you've done that, refresh again and see whether you subscribe or not. If you haven't, please quickly do that too, and share this program as we go on. Yes, woman. I think I listened to Baba Lawal. I listened to Oshuntokun, but I didn't bother to listen to Obi. I'm done with that. I don't want my brain twisted, you understand? So I don't have anything for him, because he's going nowhere. Somebody that surrounds himself with activists rather than strategists cannot win an election. So he's doing activism. In the process, he's doing content creation and catching cruise. He has nothing to offer this country. He is a trader, and this country is not a supermarket for a trader. And he's not even a big trader at that. He's just an importer of finished goods. And it's an irony that an importer of finished goods, the biggest in the country, is a man talking of consumption to production. Who told him this country is not producing? The third largest producer on the continent of Africa, behind South Africa and Egypt. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So it's a non-issue. He should continue his activism. Even people in ADC that have strategists, they don't even know what to do with this government, because this government is ticking all the boxes. Ticking all the boxes. Like I said before, this is the only man that actually prepared for governance. He prepared himself. It's like he has this booklet by his side and he's just ticking all the boxes. This one, okay, I've not done it. He has touched everything. I listened to this beautiful conversation you had, panelists and women, with Bishop and Zita 2 days ago about the health facilities, asking the president asking the medical personnel from diaspora to come back home. It was a beautiful thing you all tackled. And I think based on even what Zita was saying, that they should improve the facilities in the existing hospitals. They are doing that. I'll tell you for free, Zita, that they are doing that, but there is a private sector development in the health field, which a lot of people are not privy to, maybe because it's for elite. I will confess that it's for elite, actually. And the doctors are coming in numbers from abroad, and a lot of them, seeing how much they are paid and seeing how much the hospitals are making a kill, they also are preparing privately to come back home and establish. You understand? I mean, people are doing BBL all the time, the prostate, the kidney, and everything they are doing. And on the health sector, more so, the dialysis is less than how much? Now, I can't remember. I don't want to quote figure, I don't know, but it's rock bottom. Dialysis now for people. And of course, there is the immunotherapy and the chemotherapy is just 2 million, of course. We know it's $5,000 abroad. And it's not easy when you have a big illness. I mean, people living abroad, when they can't afford it, they die. They die. So the thing here is, this man is trying to run a country as it should be run. Take electricity, for instance. There is no lack of investment. If today we decide that, well, investors come and charge how much you want to charge, come and do this electricity thing, it's not difficult at all. The government should just move back and allow these people. All we do is we pipe them for our gas, which they will be selling, which we have in abundance. But then you have to pay the international price for it. So what do governments in the West do? Those in the industry, those that can afford it, they pay because they have the database for their citizens. Those who can afford it, they subsidize. You subsidize things for those that can't afford it. You don't do a freebie for a whole nation. No nation does that. If you can afford food, yes, there's food bank. Take a coupon, go take food. If you can't buy fuel, afford fuel for one thing or the other, go take coupon to buy. But this one, they are asking for a blanket freebies for everybody, even for fuel. For a man that have 15 cars parked in his garage, in his home, you want government to subsidize that kind of man too. What we should be talking about is that let's count ourselves. Let's know who are earning below the national average. Let's know those that are out of work. Let's know those who need government help. Those are the people help should reach. It should go to. Not just everybody. That doesn't work that's not how it works in the West. I don't know why they want everybody to be subsidized. You want to bankrupt the country? Because it's like in the funk of this politics, we've lost our senses of righteousness. Because I see people still talk about, oh, why are they still holding Emefiele? I could see even El Rufai sympathizers and Malami sympathizers talking. And they coach, these same people will come and quote China. In China, will Malami still be alive? Will El Rufai still be alive? Will Emefiele still be alive? Will they be alive?
So sorry, Baba. You know those quotations of China, Dubai, etc., which is the usual go-to of these people. So if they want that system, then we can have that system because the president of China is a president for life. So we can have Tinubu sitting in that position till he dies, and then we'll measure him after his death. Or if they want a monarchical system, then we can have the Ooni of Ife be the president of Nigeria until the war comes to an end. So I'm not quite sure how they draw that parallel.
They don't even know that Nigeria is a complex society. For instance, Singapore, they say, or Malaysia, they talk about an area I know very, very well until maybe about 10, 12 years ago. You get my point. I drive even from Singapore to Malaysia through the southern border of Johor Bahru for weekends. Look, when you spend 30 plus years, it was brutish. It was a dictatorship. And if you are not a Chinese, don't even aspire to power, whether you're a Malay or you're an Indian. Don't, I mean, I wish world peace is here. He's schooled for some time in Singapore. He will tell you, you stay in your lane. The Chinese run the government. In Malaysia, the Malay, they run their government. There are Chinese who are Malaysians. But it's like they tell them, don't near government. Governance is not for you. But Nigeria is different. We have a tripod as standard, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and we of course neglect the others as if they don't exist. And even at that, there is so much complex in governance. A man that has not even used 4 years of maybe a 2-term possibility, which Constitution guarantees him, they are heckling him. They want to push him out of power. They are hungry already. People who have been in power all their lives. And there is this other one they want to foist on us, a dunce of a man from a people who are well read. This is the best they can give to Nigeria. I mean, we should face reality. Honestly, that's why I didn't bother to go to that this thing. And in this election, woman, where are they even the opposition? Where are they going to get the money? Where are they going to get the money? So that's why they always say, oh, it's Nigeria, Nigerians against the government. The government, I mean, okay, fine. And the Nigerian people will speak come January 16.
3 more minutes, Baba.
Yes, the Nigerian people will speak. I can't wait. There is going to be 176,800 plus polling units. 176,800 polling units. Are they going to man it? Are they going to pay? People are getting ready with over $100 million to pay their polling units agent to feed them in the afternoon and the early evenings. We are here talking rubbish and gallivanting from one station to the other, granting a rubbish interview, spewing rubbish. No focus on policy. You can't even articulate a policy. Everything is like, okay, oh no, I'll keep it to myself. I don't want the government to steal my idea. Is that how politics is run? Is that how politics is run? It's just wasting your time. And then you come back, come January now, you will say this thing. Bishop, I even wanted to say that Awuri thing in Lagos, forget it. Forget it. Leave that thing. After the Guba, Hamzat is in. We will check scores. We are behaving now like every other party, every other political zone, they are behaving. No more nice guy in the arena of politics in Nigeria. Everybody stay in your lane. What you can do, you can, even local government to local government, you question people. They want to come to my own space. It's not going to work. My state is about God, homeland, and family. We know ourselves. You may be small, but I guarantee you, Bishop, forget it. Don't worry yourself. I yield one man.
Brilliant. Excellent by Baba. As always, excellent by Baba. So that was brilliant. Zita, did you want to chime in before we go on to Bishop? No, you're muted. I thought you wanted to say something before we go on to Bishop.
Who is it my turn?
No, we're going in the order on the screen. So it's Bishop, then you, then talk now.
Okay, so it's me now.
No, it's Bishop.
Okay.
Baba that just spoke now. But if you wanted to if you wanted to add a little something to Baba before we go on to Bishop.
No, there is something he said. He said about people not knowing Nigeria, and they keep talking about consumption to production. Kind of he's right, because even me, some years back, I didn't know Nigeria. Do you know it has to take Israel border control and United States border control to tell me that Nigeria is the largest exporter of ginger in the world.
Yes, that's true.
I
And
didn't know.
cassava also.
Because I used to carry ginger. I'm not a foodie. For some reason, I have a psychological problem with food. Even if you give me my mother's food, even if it's in another country, my stomach reacts the moment for some reason. So I always carry ginger and garlic in my handbag and in my check-in luggage. They threw away they will throw away something. But when they brought it, they said, no, that's
Is
what
there any way that you are not weird, Zita? You are just weird in all known ways. There's nothing normal about you, Zita.
Squeezing my nose. Ginger and garlic, bad combination.
Yeah, I chew ginger a lot. A lot. Maybe that's why I'm thin. I chew ginger a lot. The moment I eat something, I have to. Maybe it's a habit. So they wanted to, one of them, they wanted to trash it. The guy said, no, that's what they are known for. They have the best in the world, liver. And it's very fresh. You know, most countries, they wouldn't want you to come with all those roots. Very fresh. And I always buy very fresh one. It takes them to tell me that we export it and garlic. And they've told me that our garlic is one of the best because it's the red garlic. Are you talking about millet? I have to travel to where before they tell me that if there is millet problem in the world, it's Nigeria they're calling. When Russia and
You know,
Ukraine were fighting.
there's this thing that I think Kulata told us once that used to import from the north to America. Is that thing they used to make zobo? Was he? I think it was Kulata.
Yeah, hibiscus.
Yes,
hibiscus.
Hibiscus. Yes.
Yeah. So you know, most of us we don't know and we don't want to know. There are a lot of cash crops Nigeria is known for. And they export it in a very large quantity. When I mean large quantity. Ginger, Nigeria moved ginger to China, to India, to name it. But most Nigerians don't know because they don't want to know. So that's why a presidential candidate will come and be talking about production to consumption to consumption to production. And he actually look ridiculous. I don't even know what he meant by production because we produce crude, we produce a lot of cash crops, a lot.
Like Baba rightly said, Nigeria is the third largest manufacturing hub in Africa after South Africa, and we have to continue. We have to be conscious to discount South Africa because a lot of the South African things is actually European something. So Egypt and South Africa are the only two countries that manufacture more than us.
No, the thing is that if you look at the way, sorry to take your time, if you look at the way, because when I say it, people might not like me, because there are, South Africa is sharing their country with the white-skinned people. A lot of the things they do is being advertised. Like when they show their lime production, their lemon production, the field and everything, because most of them were being done by white South Africans. They have to advertise their product. What about in Nigeria? I said the day they call it Kebbi State.
Do you know that Nigeria?
How many miles?
Sorry, Zita. Do you know that
State?
Nigeria? Do you know that Nigeria exports strawberry from the Plateau region? Strawberry.
One mark, can I come in?
No, I think
the one I know. I'm
yeah.
talking about the ones I see with my two naked eyes. They call it Kebbi State. We drove how many kilometers?
Good mark, can I come in?
The whole road was red. I didn't know what it was. I have to ask them, what is it? They say, madam, na tomato now. I say, you mean somebody owned this farm? They say, yes. So it is, Nigeria is divided. I don't know how to put it. Maybe the Southerners in the north are not saying the truth.
Is it? That's exactly the point I want to point out to you, that look, Even the other day, about some months ago, I told a lie on this, a lie in quote, that we are exporting mangoes, even from the north. Where are the terrorists? And Simba confirmed that, yes, most mangoes in the Middle East are from northern Nigeria. They take it by aircraft.
Okay, can I come in? Can I come in
No,
there?
you cannot.
Okay, Bishop
have the
should go
floor.
now. Let Bishop finish, then I can come in. I just said what I'm. Let me not take his time.
That mango is what I'm making.
We can't hear you,
Because say
Patrick, we can't hear you. Your system is
making all those things.
He can't even hear me anyway. Your system is glitching.
Can you hear me now?
Patrick, okay, just take 30 seconds. All right, I think it's.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just take 30 seconds because we still got Bishop Zita and talk now. So
yeah, I said that ginger Nigeria export and mango they are exporting before. How much Nigeria they making in that mango and ginger? That is the problem because they can't say Nigeria exporting.
Google it yourself.
You
keep
asking this.
They can tell us because they can tell us where they are.
Can you just hold on? Oh, sorry, hold on, Baba. You can check this information yourself now. You know, if you ask that question, all I will do is type it in Chat GPT or Google, so you can equally just do that yourself.
Then because in Nigeria today, you know how much you are making in oil. Then can you tell us how much do you make?
Check now. Why don't you check the figures and then tell us?
Do the job.
Didn't see anything because Nigeria is still importing toothpick.
Okay, all right. Let's just move on. Bishop, floor is yours. Oh, do you have the figures? Talk now. Did you have the figures?
No, I just wanted to explain to him.
Yeah.
There are two things. So we have oil and non-oil. As at today, Nigeria has exceeded its yearly export of non-oil. So there are a lot of things that Nigeria is doing right. And the figures are there. You could just check it, really. Just check non-oil. You will see a list of some of these.
It's so easily done. I don't know what is even... Bishop, floor is yours. So give us 5-7 minutes. We're going to Zita. Bishop.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
nobody should be asking that kind. Sorry, nobody should be asking that kind of question these days because ginger alone. I could remember that year. It was,
I want to know that ginger.
Let me say something. Let me say something. Can I say something? That year they said that thing. I think it was in the year 2024 or 2023 that I made that travel, and I followed that thing that I was told in the point of entry in the United States. I followed it, and I found out that Nigeria made almost 47 million, which is almost close to 70 billion naira that year in exporting ginger. So it's not something you come to the platform and be asking people, tell me how much Nigeria is making in that. It might not be as, can I finish, please? It might not be as big as the oil generation because oil is huge. But if you look at the ginger, garlic, millet, sugarcane, blah, 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 when you put them together, if they are not 2/3 of what the oil is generating, they might almost be parring. So you shouldn't overlook them. That's just the point I want to make. Thank you.
So, good evening once again, everyone. I listened to those interviews that Baba referenced. Basically, those are the things in the front burner and the establishment of the military formations. I listened to Babacha, and I don't even know how to feel because that interview was a bunch of too many contradictions.
Exactly.
Too many contradictions. The man will say something like this in another sentence. And the guy that was interviewing, I have a problem with our interviewers in Nigeria now. Even unlike Baba, I endured. Okay, let me listen. Let me give Peter Obi another benefit of the doubt and listen to him. And despite the fact that that interview was pre-recorded, it was edited, plenty cut and joy, it still messed. It still ended up below par. If it were to be a live interview, too many goofs and gaffes. But despite the fact that it was pre-recorded, it was edited, it was cut and cut and cut. At the end of the day, it was a below par performance. Babacha Lawa want to abuse Tinubu in one side. He comes to steal money. You told us in one bread that the man was more than sufficient. If he could pay 2 billion for what do you call it? PR image makers to package Buhari.
Akeroyd and Ram Emmanuel.
If you could pay 2 billion, if you could pour single-handedly, almost
2 billion then
in 2015. But you're accusing him of wanting to steal 4 billion now. Somebody that, how much is it? Somebody that could single-handedly fund. He said all the plane and the rest, he funded them. He was a good man. The other man, the man that was interviewing him, should have asked, so at what point did you just realize that he has lost his soul, that he's a devil? Is he at the point that he did not pick you as the or any of your favorite as the vice president? Because obviously that was the point of divergence. That was where, and he's throwing decorum. God, if I'm going to be an elder like Babacha Lawa, if you remain one day, make I just go make my make card. Because some people are just, it's just a worthless. I mean, I listened. I endured because it was painful at some point, but I just wanted to so that I can draw some things. The same thing to Peter Obi's interview. I endured. Sleep, they catch me. They say, let me just manage. I was angry. I just carry one glass of something. I was listening. I thought I took pen. I wanted to jot down critical things that he was going to say. And after 1 hour into the something, he has not said any new thing. There is absolutely nothing Peter Obi said in this interview that he has not repeated before. The only thing he tried to do is that he tried to walk back on certain things he was saying before, because he has realized, maybe they have called him to order, that those promises are too verbose. I will solve it in 4 years. I will give electricity. It's not rocket science. He did not say electricity is not rocket science. He admitted that there are 4,000, and he admitted that you cannot do from generation to transmission and in 4 years. So something is changing. And listen to him. Something is changing. All those sound bites, all those verbose promises, and the rest of the thing you should design. I will do this. I don't need to repeat to regurgitate what he was saying about what do you call it? Capacity, competence, compassion, and what again? One he has memorized. And like one man said, right?
Integrity. It's about integrity. It's about compassion. It's our capacity. I'm the most qualified.
I don't want to regurgitate what you have said. That who are the strategists? Is it the Zachary, or is it the Peter Aka, or is it the? And there's a lot of confusion in NDC now. Perhaps you don't know. When last have you seen Seriake Diskin running up and down? When? He's not there, because there is a lot of disquiet going on among them. Because the question is, okay, if you want to steal the show, come and fund the election. And when it gets to funding the election and everybody throw it to Peter Obi, okay, good, because there's no pathway to victory. And people will not want to just throw away their money. They want to put their money where they are sure. A lot of Obi-Kwankwaso former what do you call them? Yes, a lot of his top economists, they are migrating. They are going to see Tinubu because they have shot them. They have shot them. They have shortchanged them. So, Oshutoku, I listened to Oshutoku too. If you listen to Oshutoku very well, there was one of the questions that he answered, and he was like saying that, look, every effort that everybody is putting, because he said that guy wanted to put him on the spot in the corner, boxed him to the corner. And that is the question about who do you think will win the election? I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember how he worded it. And then all his analysis were pointing that, look, Tinubu will win. That if he could win when the odds were against him under Buhari, and they did everything to make sure he did not win, and he was able to overcome. Talk less of now that 30. Is there something that people know that 31 or 32 state governors don't know? And it is annoying when people talk of governor, say governor has only, it is a very, very ignorant person that does not know anything about Nigerian politics that we say governors only have one vote. And they are being delusional, thinking that there's going to be a repeat or a recap of what happened in 2023. That's just something that happens like once in a lifetime. The kind of thing that happened in that election, especially Lagos. So everyone say we'll repeat it in Lagos. I'm just waiting. They are Lagos. We knew what happened in Lagos. Maybe they were caught unawares and the rest, but the odds were stacked. The currency changing, the fuel scarcity, even the fact that Buhari himself openly opposed Tinubu, even though he did not say it, but every of his action pointed to that fact that he wanted to stay aloof. And it made people like Osinbajo to remain, as much as I really love that man, now I don't know how to describe him. Himself and Aregbesola. Osinbajo had no business in that side. It was part of the people that. So, yeah, finally, the gentleman that I was talking about, the number one, we are not in the 25th century. It is not the 25th century. He said it that more than 5 times. And I'm going to say this so that there are many people that are listening. I don't think we should be dishing out things. We should use this platform to dish out misinformation. And some people, that's the only portion they will hear. And they will say they hear it on one mass show. There is a lot of medical intervention that federal government is doing, even though it's not supposed to be the federal government. If you know how many people that are traveling to Nigeria from UK, my own son, the wife went to Nigeria to go and do, because he could not get, the date they gave him in the UK was more than 1 year. 1 year ahead. The day he got to Nigeria was the day he was able to get
even I went to Nigeria
the
for
procedure.
Even I went to Nigeria for a medical need because I couldn't wait for the NHS. That was about 2 years ago.
Exactly. This too was about 2 years ago. He had to go to Nigeria. The day he got there, he just called one of his old school friend that was a medical doctor. I said, "Come with that. Before you know it, they are finished." For how much? Somebody went this knee surgery here. It cost him about, his own copay was about $37,000 for just a knee surgery. Now, in Nigeria today, if you are doing dialysis, instead of 50,000, they have cut it to 12,000. Anywhere that is government hospital. There are more than 100 government hospitals that if they do CS, cesarean section for you,
it's free.
It's free. What else do we want? All our immunization, something, we need to improve on it for the generality, but we should need to learn to save. There is no free health services in anywhere in the abroad. If you don't have insurance, you are on your own. There are many people that are sick too, and it's not everybody that is in America. More than 25 or 30% of the people in America don't have insurance, health insurance. If you go to hospital, they will take you as an emergency. After they have given you the emergency, if you go to ER, whatever it is, or if it is prolonged, continuous, they will discharge you. They will just push you on one side. Do for somebody to come.
And
They will. Health is not free. That's why some people have enough money. People go bankrupt. The easiest thing that make people to get bankrupt in America is health. I have seen, not once, not twice, not 3 times, Caucasians, white, they had everything going for them until the wife fell ill. And within 1 year, they were completely bankrupt. They lost their homes. And those people who send you, say, I know well, I make one work. You will be very lucky. They will use your, what they call them? This OT, this your, what's the corner now? This your pay period, pay leave. When you don't exhaust finish, you don't come up with that. They don't give you paycheck. So when we want to run that, yes, it's okay. We need to improve, but to now say that there is nothing in the health sector, primary health care, secondary, even tertiary, federal government, even cancer. For cancer, the federal government is investing a lot and is not making money back. So we can't say that. And shocking to say that it's road. What is road? What has the only reason why America is what America is today? I've driven hundreds of thousands of kilometers around America, and I see road. And in some places they are building road for the future. In the places that there is no need for it now. If we had forefathers that invested in our road 300 years, 200 years, 100 years ago, we will not be talking of it now. But now when person wake up, now it be in money, this is our own money. We cannot be saying that because, Georgia alone has close to 1 million miles. Let me repeat it again. Georgia alone has up to 1 million. Nigeria does not even have 50,000 kilometers of road. Georgia, Texas has more than 1 million miles. Check it. They are building roads, so we are not saying that road. I mean, that's not it. Yeah.
Mr. Bishop.
That's
Mr. Bishop.
One second. Yes, go ahead.
You're talking about road. Nobody is against anybody building roads.
You were not here. I'm responding. I'm responding to somebody. Maybe you were not
here. But so generally, I know you're referring to the misplaced priority. Roads, coastal roads.
No, that's not what that was not it. You were not here. Don't let me just help you. Somebody said it is, I don't know, I can't remember that, to be using road as an achievement in this 25th century. And I said, for Nigeria, road is an achievement. If you have good roads, it will help us. So I'm not talking of coastal roads. The man is saying that, I mean, you were not here then, so let's just leave it at that. So I'm just trying to correct that.
It shouldn't be, though. It shouldn't be.
Road.
It shouldn't be, but I also understand where you're coming from.
Maybe to you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Maybe to you, sir. In Nigeria today, road is a critical investment in our economic sector. It's a very, very critical investment. Road is not just road for roading alone. It's a critical investment that will build and enhance our economic prosperity. So don't let us think.
Bishop, do you know if they complete that coastal highway from Bayelsa to Lagos?
If you know the kind of request,
you're talking about, you always make this thing about from Calabar to Lagos. Nobody's against the road.
I'm talking about
what we are saying is this, right? Fix the road that leads from my state to your state first, before we talk about such enormous amounts being expended on a coastal road. The Georgia you're talking about, right? Yes. They build their internal roads. They build their street first before they went to all the coastal roads.
No, that's not correct.
Come on,
sorry, Bishop. Don't divert into that. Give us 3 more minutes and then we'll move it on. Otherwise, we will go for
I was just going to correct the wrong information you just put out, but I will skip that one.
No, it's not the wrong information.
It is not.
Before the highway, before they did the national highway in the United States, they had their old national highway. It was functioning and still being used today.
Hold on, sir.
That's the point. But before you do that, do the national, hold on, my brother. Before you do the national highway that crisscrosses every state, you have to make sure that people that live within those states are able to reach each other through the roads, and that is what they did. So they prioritized it.
See, sir. I'm not telling you this as a suggestion. I'm telling you because I have to.
Hold on 1 second, Bishop. Let me just play this, and then after this, then just carry on.
So I have people that work in Georgia in the Department of Road across the state, both Texas and Georgia. At least I'm very familiar with those two states. In Georgia,
sorry, Bishop, please don't go into the American. Nobody cares about American roads. Just give us about 3 more minutes and then we'll move on.
The false premise. Okay, so back to Nigeria. Road is not just to show off. It's a critical investment in the economy, in the real economic sector. In the real economic sector. I worked in a construction company in Nigeria. The last road project, no, not the last road. I still went to Akampa, Obubra, Apapanyi. The one of the road I did in Egbema in River State. There are two Egbemas, the River State and there was a wellhead 8 kilometers into the something. We needed to build that road, but because of the community issue, they have a shutdown on that well for more than 10 years. Do you know why they cannot commence drilling? Because of that simple 8-kilometer road. I supervised the construction. I did the construction of that road. I did the community liaison. So we had a well that could be producing up to about 25 to 30,000 barrels of crude oil per day, and it was shut down for more than 10 years because they would not agree on building that small 8-kilometer of road. They are scattered everywhere across the country. Roads are good, but I'm not talking about because somebody wants to drive. I'm saying they are critical sector of our economic development. Now, I have not seen any pathway, whether it is Atiku or Peter. I will end by saying this. There is going to be a conspiracy theory tomorrow. They said that it is Obasanjo that is sponsoring Peter Obi, but they will say it is Tinubu that is sponsoring Obasanjo to sponsor Peter Obi, so that Peter Obi, they can use Peter Obi to divide the votes of Atiku of the coalition. That it is the strategy of Tinubu. It does not want the coalition
Is there not some truth to that?
Oh, man, don't take my truth, man. Now only 1.5 minutes I have left.
Will you believe?
Where to get your time?
Sorry, Baba. What did they say?
I say if we are told that Baba and Jagaban will eat from the same bowl, one will not kill one.
Baba, you know, if you read the tea leaves of Nigerian politics, it is quite clear that the biggest propeller of Tinubu is Obasanjo. Obasanjo won him that 2023 elections and is playing the same strategy to win him in 2027.
Unknowingly. That's
Obasanjo is not an idiot now. When Obasanjo brought Peter Obi into play, what did Obasanjo think that Peter Obi will win the 2023 elections? No. Did Obasanjo hold on? Did Obasanjo just hold on? Forget that now. Let's be serious now. Did Obasanjo think that Peter Obi was going to win the 2023 elections? No. Did Obasanjo know that Peter Obi will take the Southeastern votes? Yes. Did Obasanjo know that taking the Southeastern votes will damage? It will be a mortal blow against the PDP. He knew all these things now. So when he played Peter Obi into that 23 elections, he played him against Atiku, not Tinubu, and playing him against Atiku opened Tinubu through. And him now playing Kwankwaso against Atiku now and still asking Obi to hold the Southeast is again a Tinubu strategy. Peter Obasanjo is a Tinubu man, whether you want to agree or not.
The operative word there is unknowingly. Is hatred, is singular hatred for Atiku, and to make sure that Atiku doesn't get to be Nigeria's president. That's what drove the mistake of 2023, which is repeating itself now. It pulled Obi away from him because Obi and Atiku in 2023 will have won that election. And Obi in 2027 with Atiku will give a good fight.
All right, Baba. If when Obasanjo pulled Obi away from Atiku and Tinubu was in place, so what did they think would happen?
He was a beneficiary now.
No, but did Obasanjo not know that? Did Obasanjo not know that is what would happen?
There is one thing he thought it for evil, but God turned it around for good.
Exactly. Oh God.
Obasanjo is a Tinubu agent. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Okay. I saw that.
Can I say something real quick? One man, when I said that Obi won the last election, he said, let's get serious. What is not being serious about telling you that Obi won the last election?
No, we don't really care about that. There's another election coming up.
You wouldn't care. You wouldn't care. because you rigged yourself in. But in 2027, I don't think it's going to be that way. It's not going to be that way.
Well, until Obi himself tells us that he won the election, Obi went as far as the
Obi has said it repeatedly that he won the last election.
Obi,
And we know that he won the last election.
Hold on now, Bishop. Obi went as far as the Supreme Court. Not once did they tell them he won an election.
Exactly.
So
don't worry. They rigging.
Yeah,
one man, look, one man in 2027,
we
right?
did all of these
We
things.
meet at the polls.
You know, we did all of these things in 2024. So
Don't worry. I've asked you guys on this show, Bishop, you that has the floor. I've asked you guys, what is the pathway to Tinubu being president in 2027? There's nothing you guys are speaking at, if not for rigging.
It's achievement.
Because you know it's almost impossible.
It will campaign on achievement.
What achievement?
I've played about
What
10
achievement?
of them. I've played about 10 of them.
Even the market woman can help us out. Not to talk of
the market women are not within it. But the issue is this, right? I just want to just add
You see, this is what.
Can you just give us the pathway? Can you just give us the pathway to Tinubu's winning in 2027, Bishop?
Well,
That's
no, Bishop is rounding up now. But you see what Bishop? You see, that's a good example of what I was saying at the beginning. That they see it, but there is just that ethnic funk. They don't care about that.
Mama, I don't know why you keep bringing up ethnicity. If you think about ethnicity, it is about you.
They don't care if that country progresses or not.
Do you care if the country progresses?
But the country is progressing now. It's irrefutable.
The country is not progressing. But anyways, one man.
Even the international community says it. The citizens of the hold on. Everybody you can't argue it anymore. It's impossible.
As a Tinubu loyalist, can you point to 3 things Tinubu has achieved in the last 4 years?
First of all, I'll say ASU strike. Now your
ASU strike,
yes. But have you heard of ASU strike in the last 3 years?
I feel that's not significant enough to common men.
I mean, what do you mean to common men? It's the child of the common men that are going to these schools now. Lot of children of the common men are in University of Ibadan, University of Lagos. Don't you understand? And 3 years is 3 years. I did a 4-year course. I used 6 years in school. You understand? And it's the children of the common men that are benefiting from the NEL fund. Over 1.5 million people. You understand? Getting 20K per month as stipend. That might not seem to be a lot, but it's free. It's free. They are not paying that back. The stipend.
I thought it's a loan.
No, it's not a loan. It's not part of
a grant.
Yeah, it's not a grant. It's free. Yeah. So that's
number one.
That's
number 2, sir.
Infrastructure. Do you travel?
I travel.
Do you see what is going on around the country? Lagos, Ibadan, Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry. I mean, you don't travel at all. If you travel, anybody that travel won't be against Tinubu. It's not always all about the price of Gary. You understand? It's simple economics. It will come from up down. It's always about the macro before it comes to the micro.
In this infrastructure, I cannot argue it, but then I have not really seen any significant infrastructure he has commissioned aside the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. And
how about the Trans-Sahara Highway connecting Ebonyi to the north?
Okay, so I will agree with you. Infrastructure. Number 3, sir.
How about the more revenue is given to our state government?
nírètí pé a lè rí gbà mọ́ gbogbo ẹni Tinubu ń san fún wa o lójijì má kàn rí àláti ni.
Anyway, let's just carry on. I have 10 videos here that I can play you, but there's no point.
One man.
I have 10
you still
videos
referred,
I can play you now.
in terms of infrastructure, right? He still referred to.
Hold on. Let me play you one more. Do you know that? Do you know that song, Joel? You don't get a lot now.
One man, if I were you,
you don't get a lot now. God will win.
One man, if I were you, I wouldn't be bothered about Obi. Just concentrate yourself.
Nobody is bothered.
No.
No, hold on.
I've asked you for the pathway.
That's the pathway. I told you achievements.
No. I'm asking you about the pathway in terms of the states you think Tinubu will win. And you've not been able to tell me.
It controls all the states now. So which state is
okay. I know. I think. But one man,
can I answer that question?
Even your zone, you will win.
Can I answer that question?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah.
It's not going to win. Let me tell you. One man.
Can I answer that question?
Hold on.
One man.
You should think more about the pathway of Peter Obi.
Because the pathway I want to answer.
Tinubu's pathway is quite clear. But Peter
what is the pathway, one man? Just give me region by region. Give me region by region.
It wins all of the states.
All of the states. Okay. Now,
because it controls all of the states.
Let me give. He does. Controlling the state means nothing.
Of course.
I mean, Soludo was against Tinubu. It was against Obi in the last election. What happened in the states, right? In the whole of Southeast, the whole governors, the whole elders were against Obi. What happened? In the South, the same thing. In the Southwest, the same thing. Who was with Obi in the last election? Nobody.
Let me except people. I will surrender the.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So one man, you can speak all you want, but we know who won the last election. Obi won the last election, and the next election is we're going to be more.
Did you see?
I don't care what you think.
Hold on. Did you see him in Berlin trying to tell some German guy that he won, and the guy laughed at him?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter.
It was the guest speaker. The German said, "Don't be stupid."
One man. I think for so far, Obi is doing what he ought to do. The people of Nigeria versus Tinubu in 2027. That is what it's all. It's going to come back to.
And it will be landslide.
Well, the people think.
Wait for your turn now. Wait for your turn.
My brother, let me just stand now. I just interjected. If the people think,
you are taking over this
conversation. And Tinubu has done well. Let them vote him in. But he shouldn't try to rig that election because it's not going to work.
There'll be no need to rig the election.
One man, there's no way Tinubu is thinking about the next election if not for rigging.
One man, let this guy land up now so that I can speak.
Yeah, hold on. But there'll be no reason to rig the election because there's no reason to vote Tinubu out. But round up our bishop and then let Zita carry on.
Yeah, so I was not going to round up. I beg, permit me to say, we always make mistake when we talk about routes in Nigeria. And what I wanted to reference then is that look, cities bureaus, county bureaus, state bureaus, federal government bureaus in America. In Nigeria, only 30%, about 30,000 kilometers of roads belong to federal government, and that is truncated highways. What are our local government building? What are our state government building? Even cities, all those inner roads. How can we be talking of federal government and somebody in your caliber is talking of inner road? Is it the federal government that will come and be building inner roads, street roads, city roads? I don't understand.
I never talked about inner road. You probably weren't listening, but go ahead.
No, you were saying inner road. You can go back and listen to any others, by the way. So, yeah, we have gotten to a state now that local government in Nigeria, because of the funding they are receiving, are beginning to embark on projects that only states were doing before. And that is transformation. If you are not seeing it, then I don't know what you are seeing. The fact that local government, if you see what some local governments are doing, even you yourself, you will be amazed. So, yeah, we need road. Yeah, it is not only federal government that will build road. Everybody, state, cities, even institutions. You go to some university communities in this place, you think you are in a city on its own because the road network within the university, the street. So I think we are on the right path, and there is nothing that is going to truncate this train that is moving. It's moving to victory. 2027 is just too sure. I can go to sleep and forget about it. Thank you very much. Have a very wonderful deliberation.
Me too.
All right, Zita. Thank you, Bishop. Zita Floisius. Talk now. Don't. Sorry,
Woman,
it takes a while sometimes. So talk now is here, but we'll get you quickly
woman, I
now.
don't even know what you people are the topic for today. But let me say this.
No.
I said I wanted to answer
Wait.
a question. Let me
Okay.
answer the question first before you tell me. Somebody asked, what's the pathway to Tinubu's victory? I said something when they did the primaries, and I still stand by it. I can't wait for January to come. When you say as a party that you have 584,000 members in a state, give and take, let's assume that before the election proper, you lost 40,000 of your members to death, to accident, to relocation, to e-health, and blah, blah, blah. I don't think it will be up to 40,000 anyway, but let's assume it's 40,000. That means already you are telling the whole world that you have 500,000 votes in a state. I have explained this severally, and I have come to this platform to say this man is using Chicago-style politics. So there is no way 500,000 votes will come out from Imo State for Tinubu, and any right-thinking person that knows politics will say that it's rigged. Because being a member means you're a card-carrying member of that party. You voted for a particular candidate to advance to the federal, to the national level, to represent you as a president. I don't see the reason why you will not vote for him again in the main election. We should have already told him that you are standing behind him to stand and contest. So it is simple politics. That's why I said, watch that thing that man did, but hell no, they will not listen. When the result will start coming in, what will they say? Rigged. He has already given you his numbers. In all the states in Nigeria, Tinubu has given you people his starting number. They call it starting number. That means I'm gonna get 500,000 votes in this state. And then he can add another 5 million. People who are not party members can decide to vote for him. But he has given every right-thinking Nigeria his starting number for each state. And I can't wait for January to come. Now, one man, what is your that is his pathway to victory. One man, what is your topic for today?
Yes, we're still circling the upcoming elections, and there's a person called Akin Oshunto. I'm not quite sure if you're aware of him or not. It was when Adoyin Okukwe stepped down as Peter Obi's campaign manager. He was the one that was commissioned to in the last cycle of elections. So he came out recently, as early as yesterday, to reveal that Obasanjo is the main sponsor of the Obi-Kwankwaso ticket. So Obasanjo, of course, was the sponsor, and he says he's the financial sponsor as well as the person that puts the construct together. So he came out and said that. So and of course we know that Obasanjo championed Obi as well in 2023. So now Atiku came out as early as 2 days ago to tell us that Obasanjo is actually secretly championing Tinubu. But if you read through if you sweep away the fog, if we sweep away the leaves to see the straightness of the line of the road, then you can. There's the argument. The strong argument suggests that Tinubu is actually Obasanjo's candidate. You know, because if you look at what happened in 2023, Obasanjo pushed Peter Obi, knowing full well that Obi was not going to win that election. also knowing that Obi will hemorrhage a lot of votes from Atiku. And then if he knows these two things, which I know you know, so he, more than anybody knows, if he knows that pushing Obi in 2023 damages Atiku, and then there can be only one beneficiary. So if he knew all that, then he was actively working for Tinubu's presidency. So if he's also now responsible for this construct now, the Obi-Kwankwaso ticket, knowing full well that Kwankwaso takes votes, because who votes for Kwankwaso? Conservative North. Who votes for Atiku? Conservative North. So Kwankwaso being in play takes votes not from Tinubu but from Atiku. Obi holds his votes in the southeast, and who benefits from that? Because that's the splintering of the opposition votes right there. So if Obasanjo is also behind this narrative, then it carries through then that just like in 2023, it's also now surreptitiously is Machiavellian, puppet mastering Tinubu's return. So all of the permutation tells us that Obasanjo is actually working for Tinubu, but a lot of people disagree with that.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, and then Tinubu also rejected emissaries sent by the South Africans to Nigeria based on that. So other topics as well, but that was the one that was really heating up the conversation.
Okay, I will come to that. This thing, one man, no politician do a strategy of vote taking. But if vote taking can help him win an election, he will gladly appreciate it. And I noticed that most times people, we don't really understand how antecedent of some people. If you know Obasanjo very well, his aim is not actually for Tinubu to win or for Obi to win. His aim is for Atiku not to be the president of Nigeria. So if he presents a job and they tap him and say, Baba, this thing you are doing, these people are not going to win. It is Tinubu, it might benefit. The Obasanjo will say he doesn't even care, as long as it's not Atiku that wins. So this idea you are presenting that Obasanjo is working for Tinubu, unintentionally, yes. He's working for, he didn't intend to work for Tinubu, but because of his, some people, their hatred stinks. Their kind of dislike they have for their fellow human beings sometimes is actually corrosive. The kind of dislike Obasanjo have for Atiku, not as a person, but the dislike of him not wanting him to enter Aso Rock is venomous. It's like a venom. So if Obasanjo can bring a venom to make sure that Atiku do not enter Aso Rock, he will. So whatsoever he's doing, he's not doing it for Tinubu to win, but his main aim is for Atiku not to enter Aso Rock. So whosoever gain from it is, he doesn't give a hook about it, as long as he achieves his aim. If you listen to Obasanjo in the year 2007, most Nigerians, when people talk, because they're being clouded with like or hate, they don't calm down. Some people, you might not like the person's tonality. You might not like the person's presentation, but it will do you a lot more good to calm down. Forget all those things. Pick the words and make something out of it. Most Nigerians don't do that. Most Romans don't do that anyway. Let me not just say Nigerians. Obasanjo in 2027, is it 2027, right? When did he campaign for Yaradua? Let Yaradua. I think it's 2007, right? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, that sounds broadly correct. That sounds roundabout. Yeah, sounds
okay.
Carry on, yeah.
So he made a statement that when he said it's a do or die affair. I think if you pull out that video, they told him, are you saying that Yaradua must win the election? He corrected himself. He twisted it. He acted smart. He said, I do not know who will be the president, but I know who will not be. I can never forget that statement. And he stand by it. Year by year, what do they call it? Cycle by cycle. The moment Atiku comes out, Obasanjo will raise his ugly head. In fact, the dislike is so bad that even if Obasanjo is bedridden today, and he hear that Atiku is coming out to contest for the president of Nigeria, he will get off from, he will become, if you have read the book, is it The Big Picture or Gifted Hands by Ben Kaze, you will understand what is going on with Obasanjo. As long as Atiku is unconcerned, he will get up immediately. In fact, he will become well. He will write, he will speak, he will cajole, he will bring two people together, he will do all manner of things. Why? Because he has a phobia of, there is this thing about Atiku, according to him, with him, knowledge to him, that he doesn't want him to be close to Asorok. So this idea of Obasanjo is working for Tinubu is actually blatant nonsense. He's not working for Tinubu. He might be sponsoring Obi, but his aim is that Atiku will not enter Asorok. And as long as the moment he achieves that, you will see him, he will enter the house again and sit down and be waiting for next time. So probably Atiku might not be the president of Nigeria unless Obasanjo is dead. I rest my case there. So the next topic, what do you say, Obeg? I don't forget. Hello?
Yes, the South Africans sent emissaries to Nigeria. It says Tinubu snubs South African envoy over xenophobic attacks on Nigerians. So this thing that the South Africans are doing. I think the returnees. I was just saying that in the opening phase. I think the returnees should get a judgment against the South Africans in the Nigerian courts in terms of, because they are talking about compensation. The South Africans are telling them to get lost. The returnees should get a judgment against them in Nigeria and then attach that judgment against whichever South African asset is in Nigeria. But the South Africans are sending emissaries to Nigeria, but Tinubu is
Do
telling
you
them
know
to
why
get
they
lost.
send that emissary?
It's to protect their interests now.
No. There are 3 Nigerians that were killed in that are billionaires. Most of you don't know. They killed millionaires in dollars, and that they are nonsense. And I know one of them. So it's a very serious case. It's a very serious case. And one of them that is actually the richest, they shot him ridiculously. So if you are a president of a country that have your citizens all over the world, and they forget about hustlers. I'm not saying hustlers should be killed. Please, you people should not get me wrong. You have your citizens in another country that bring so much revenue into your country because of their efforts, their hard work in another country. And all of a sudden, it is not that they stole, it's not that they did a bad deal, it's not that they committed any form of crime in your country. And all of a sudden, some reckless mob that believe that because they are in their country, they can do whatsoever they want, kill them. If you are a president of a country, you will give audience to, what did you even call the idiots coming from South Africa? You give audience to them. But because I heard from the cousin of one of them, I don't want to call his name because if I call his name, most of you will know him. The cousin of one of them that was tied there, they said Tinubu asked for details concerning that one. Why? What happened? He wants South Africans to explain to him step by step what got to the level of brutally killing that guy like that. And until they answer that question, a reasonable government should not be talking. He asked for details. Give me, what did he do? Give me step by step that got to that level that you should just waste such a millionaire that brings into my country so amount of interest every year. So that is the thing. Most Nigerians don't know. But one man, that is actually the situation.
All right. Yeah, we're here. Did you want to say something, Joel, before?
No, it just sounds like one of those beer apologists.
Okay,
Give me
no,
step by
nobody.
step.
Because Joel, I'm sure you know one of them that was dead now.
It's not.
You know that guy. You know the
Yeah,
guy.
but madam, the issue
You
is
know the
this.
guy.
Hold on.
Sure, you know the
The
guy.
government of Nigeria, I do.
No, hold
The
on.
government
Forget
of
about what the
Nigeria.
government.
I do know
don't want you
him.
to
I do
believe
know
what the
him.
government is. I'm just asking you a question.
Do you
I
know
do
the
know him.
millionaire?
That was
Do you know
killed?
the millionaire that that Zita is talking about?
That's
I
just
know
what
the
I'm
millionaire
asking.
he's talking about. I know the billionaire,
Who is he?
in Nigeria, he's a billionaire.
Okay, so if
I've
you
forgotten
know
his
that
name.
one
I don't know
Nigerian
his name,
billionaire,
but I know
about
he's
three of
talking
them,
about.
but you know because one of them was very popular. You know him. Then
I
let's
know.
forget about what Nigeria is doing. If what Nigeria is doing is a Via Palo story, the important thing is that at least it's in the news that he turned them back. So that turning back is part of the Via Palo story. Woman, do you have another topic, please?
We were also talking about Nnamdi Kanu sacking his lawyer. I don't know which one of them is even. It's just very difficult to keep up with the
You
goings on with
see,
the.
one man, I will say this.
Hold on. Let me get the name of the lawyer. It's Ejiofor.
Ejimofo.
Ejiofor, I think it is. Not
Aloye Ejimofo, whatever.
Yes. So he sacked him and then bound him to confidentiality, and that one is threatening expose. And then
It's
that
not a
does
Jimako, a Geofor.
Ejiofor, yes, not a Jemako, because I think a Jemako is the darker one. Ejiofor is the light-skinned one.
A
But that
Jimako
one
is a handsome one.
I'm not quite sure. It has a baby face anyway. If that considered to be handsome, not as handsome as me. So he's threatening him that it should to non-disclosure, and then that one is threatening expose, and then that reminded us that Nnamdi Kanu is still there, and we were just saying that the narrative has moved away from Nnamdi Kanu completely. Because once upon a time we could not have a conversation without talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, but how hard the mighty falling. If he doesn't do anything to splash in the papers, nobody talks about. They don't care about him anymore. His movement has moved to the Obi space, and then after the 2027 elections, his movement moves back to him. So that's what we were talking about in that space.
One man, as I said before, and people abuse me, call me all manner of names. I don't really know why Nigerian government decide to keep Nnamdi Kanu alive. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't know why they gave him a life sentence. That guy should have been killed, not death sentence, but the most what's that Palestinian guy, Yasser Arafat? Just inject them, leave them.
No, it was actually Buhari. It was actually Buhari that made that mistake. They should have brought him back from Kenya in a body bag. That's what they should have done.
Inject him, leave him. When he eventually, the thing rotten in body, he go die alive, his flesh will be falling off, and dogs will live. Remember King Henry?
Zita,
Where
now
is
what
King
for
Henry?
you?
Like,
But
remember,
Zita, what about the Boko
please,
Haram
it is my
members
turn.
that have
Oh.
been
Let me finish.
they
Oh,
are
it's
giving
my
pardon?
turn. One man,
Oh,
they don't
okay.
start. It is my turn. Oh. Let me finish. One man, you remember King Henry?
Yeah, Henry
Say
VIII.
that's his.
Yes, Henry VIII.
The one where as the carrying cuffs they go for Britain that time, dogs they chop some part of it. That is the way I want Nnamdi Carlos cuffs to be. Just as King Henry body they decay when in their life. Virtually when he die, they put them for cars, they carry and they go cemetery. Body they drop. Dogs will feed on his body. Because in as much as I do not care if somebody says he wants to succeed, it's a negotiation. Most countries do it. You go to, where is it? Barcelona. What's that country in Spain? What's the one man remind me now? It's close by you.
Are you talking about the Catalans? Yeah.
A lot of them, most countries in the world, they have secessionists. Normal thing. But this one Nnamdi Kanu did, I don't understand that type. Because if you know the level of productive age that idiot wasted, I'm not happy with Tinubu for giving that guy life sentence. Still give him the order, the effrontery to speak. He's still talking. He's still writing. He's still showing authority. If I have my way to enter Nigeria, I'll be walking towards Sokoto prisons, finding my way to give him injections. Walai talai.
Zita will be Mossad.
That guy is not supposed to die a peaceful death.
I don't think Nnamdi Kanu will ever walk the streets again a free man. It will just never happen, you know.
He's not supposed to die a
yeah.
peaceful death. No, he doesn't deserve that. That should be a luxury for people like him to just close eye die.
You know what I'm anticipating, Azita? I'm anticipating, because it's in the appeal process now. I'm anticipating that at the appeal court they will transmute his verdict to capital punishment, and then they will go to the Supreme Court and then they will affirm it. He cannot do all that he has done now and not face that. If he doesn't face that level of punishment, then what sort of system do we have?
If somebody like that, one man, can do such a thing in a region in Nigeria, and the only thing they can hand him over is life imprisonment, not just life imprisonment, Yahoo life imprisonment, because it's like he had still have mouth to talk.
But a presidential candidate told us he didn't do anything. He's innocent.
I don't talk about people who run their mouth left and right and run their mouth again. I don't discuss what they said. But if you people want to give them the pleasure of discussing what they said, I think I have said all I wanted to say about that man in 2022 before the 2023 election, and then I got ready for 2027 election. That is 2026. I declared myself in this platform that come this 2026, all the nyama, we will come back here to revisit it. But as it was, be it as it may, he's handling the problem for the issue by himself, because he's exposing himself left, right, and center. Even I know that some of his ardent supporters were disappointed in his interview with Shenu. I don't even know. It took them how many years? 4 years to know that he can't stand an interview. Come on now. This
You
is
know,
what I knew
they should
way back when he was the governor of Anambra State. They are knowing
they,
it now.
they should
I
never
beg,
let
let me
him
continue
grant.
with Nnamdi Kanu.
Sorry, Zita. They should never let that guy grant an interview again, because anytime he grants an interview, this happens. He exposes
He's a
himself.
presidential candidate. He should be discussed and should be granted interviews. It's a period. It's a presidential candidate. He should continue granting interviews and people should continue discussing him because he wants to contest for president of Nigeria. Okay? One man is still on Nnamdi Kanu. Why can't just somebody just inject that gear? What did they call that thing? That thing they gave to Arafat. I don't forgotten what they call it. Where my people gave to him. Just the water the wrong mouth. Before you know it, the body don't decay. All those things in your will full in body. Before your body don't decay. That's what I want for Nnamdi Kanu. Takes like 3-4 years before the thing will finish in system. And make sure that the day that carrying his cuffs, as they put him for casket, the oil go there drop, some flesh go there drop, some dogs will feed on it. Because that guy is not even supposed to be led in state in Igbo land. Because he committed sacrilege. Hey, nobody should get me wrong. I am not against him asking for secession.
That guy did
I don't
a
have
lot.
problem for that.
He did a lot, Nnamdi Kanu.
I don't have problem with, after all, Wazirike did it, Ojukwu did it. Ojukwu even fought a war, according to them, that took 1 million, whether they said 700 million Igbos. That was a sad one too. But Wazirike did it. I'm not against that one, but making it a war like Ojukwu and what Nnamdi Kanu's, I would have even preferred that Nnamdi Kanu declared a war with Nigeria than what he did in Igbo land.
To his own people.
To his own people. Igbo land, listen, I will say this.
Sorry, Zita. I'm not sure if you saw some of the clips that was coming out of that.
Woman, do you know how many of my cousins and relations that was tied in that thing?
You know, it will leave a mental. It's not even the pieing, no, but the level of cruelty of that pieing. It will leave it will leave a mental scar on you. What that Nnamdi Kanu did, oh my God.
Woman, I don't know if you know somebody who is not an Igbo person that visits Igbo land during Christmas. Igbo land, yes, Igbo people, they go Lagos, they travel abroad, they do this. Christmas, God of mercy. Christmas in Igbo land is fun. It's fun. It's a well-prepared occasion. From December 1, people will be, the ones in business will be sending their families. People will be landing. Merry Christmas, Merry. This person don't come back. This boy single-handedly ended that joy. I don't even want to talk about. They should buy that guy. I don't know what they're waiting for. The sky will not fall. Give him tasa rat poison. Give him rat poison of a higher dose. That's what he deserves. They serve him food for there. I need to know who serves him food because we need to give him something. He's an idiot. He still have mouth to talk. No wahala. Not be me talk him. We the wait. No
all right,
problem.
Rylan. We were even talking about, thank you, Zita. Let's go to talk now because he's waited long enough. Thank you, Zita. Talk now. Floor is yours. Sorry about the long wait, but
No
usually
problem.
happens. Yeah, floor is yours.
No problem. Good evening, everyone. I think I just came in to chip in one or two things about the interviews. I listened to, I think, Obi's interview partially, and I listened to BD, Babashir Lawal, also almost like 70% of the entire interview. At some point, I couldn't hold it any longer. So I think it is a known fact that Obasanjo is supporting Obi. That's not news. In fact, in 2023, he made that obvious. He tried to work his way through the then retired generals. You know, he helped them to do some working and some lobbying. just to get that for some of the northern ex-generals. So that didn't work exactly how it turned out. So it's not news. Aki Oshitogun was a spokesperson in that 2023 election. So I was appointed by Obasanjo to support the team. Even this guy that passed away was also someone that was deployed to support them. So it's not anything new that Obasanjo.
That was Okupe.
Okupe, yes, that passed on. Yes, may so rest in peace. So, it is not news that even currently Obasanjo will either in implied way or directly support Obi's ticket. So, but the truth is, Obasanjo, let's be honest here, politically, Obasanjo does not have that weight. He tries to. He has burnt so many bridges, so he doesn't have that grassroots support as it is. Even from his home soil and out there, yes, out of the country, he's respected as an ex-president. But within Nigeria, he doesn't have that frontline force to push Obi through. He might try his best, but he doesn't have it. That's from the sponsoring of Obi's ticket. Anyways, from the interview with Peter Obi, I'm beginning to think that the strategists just think that what works in 2023 will work now. I think that's a misalignment. Look, you can have a lot of interviews now. I think when you start regurgitating the same thing over and over again, and there's nothing new in what you are giving out. There's nothing different. There's no bite to it. Look, it's not going to fly. It will just sound like the same thing. Look, if you listen to Aisha Yusuf, partially from what he said, there was a little bit of frustration with respect to it. He's not giving them what he's supposed to give them. What do I mean by that? So by now, some of those interviews will have carried some level of noise, some level of popularity and a push. It's not giving it. That's a fact. So you can't compare it to 2023 where there's some certain interviews because you've not heard them before.
Talk now.
Yes. Yeah.
I think if you remember, I think he granted one interview just less than 2 weeks ago with Today.
Oh yes, he really messed up in that one. So this was
no,
more
just
like
wait. You know why he rushed this one also? Because he actually demanded to have this interview with Shegun Abisheun. He wanted to use this one like a correction to most of the mistake he made in the last one he had with Today.
Okay.
For instance, if you look at what he said about electricity. Okay, no, that was the one that I had with Rufai. Because if you look at him, he has been having like every one week or every 2 weeks, been having consistently interview. He had one with Rufai, he had one with Today, he's having one, and the three, it's just like within a month. You understand? So, and if you look at this last one, during the Rufai interview, that was when he said he will produce 10,000 megawatts within 4 years, both transmission, distribution, and whatever, and generation. But if you look at what he said now, he said we can never promise Nigerian that he's going to give them electricity in 4 years. That's what he said.
Yeah,
you understand?
I think there was.
Then if you look at his stand on this guy that Zita was talking about earlier on the Nnamdi Kanu, you can see that his stand now, because he has been facing a lot of criticism about that. So now, before he used to say that, that the guy has not done anything wrong. Now he has accepted that he has done a lot of wrongs.
Obi never said that Nnamdi had not done wrong. I mean, I don't know why you guys keep twisting this.
He said
no, you did not.
Hold on. Do you want me to provide the clip? Okay, I will. Hold on. Sorry, carry on. Talk now.
Okay.
I'll go and
Okay.
I'll go and I'll go and
Okay,
dig it
and
out.
then talk now. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Then, if you also look at, this guy said something about him. This former Borno State governor. What was his name now?
With the former PDP.
Modu Sharif.
Sheriff. When he was talking about his this thing about Islam, whatever. Do you know that during this last interview, he said that most of his commissioners during his tenure, when he was the governor, they are Muslim. Can you imagine this guy talking rubbish?
I think
Yeah, but he's right. Most of his police commissioners. Hold on. Stop. You're just trying to be petty. He is one thing you're not going to take away from Obi is that
you guys are hijacking
what he is saying.
now. You're hijacking.
No, hold on, one man. You gave Zita 45 minutes.
No, hold on.
No, I'm not going to speak.
Hold on. Joel, I know a lot of the personalities here. You say talk now, he will never interject. But then when he sits down, he likes to just deliver a smooth flow.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but you notice he's been here for a couple of hours. Not once has he interjected. But you make your point and then we'll go back to him.
Okay, Joel. Joel, you can finish up.
Yeah, let me just give it to you. Obi has always been consistent. He said it. His police, his commissioners, his security, his ADCs were all northerners, and he's right.
Okay,
he's right.
First of all, ADC is a commissioner. You can see if you want to lie.
Yeah.
Sorry, talk now. If you want to lie, you know.
I say his ADC are commissioner, and all his commissioners.
Wait. He said most of his commissioner. He didn't say ADC. That's what he said. He said most of his commissioner are Muslim.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people just
look at the context. Hold on. Look at the context within which that question was asked.
There's no context about that. Yeah, talk now.
There was a context to it. He just choose to think the way you want to think.
Yeah.
But Obi has made it consistently. Go ahead, my brother.
Let me finish up what I'm saying. So anyways, even if he says all his commissioner of police are Muslims, it doesn't determine who becomes commissioner of police in a state. So that's irrelevant. So
check your WhatsApp. I send you something on that Obi thing.
Yeah. So I think what is key is I think the campaign strategists maybe they need to hire new people. I don't know who is giving him this idea of wanting to come out too often. You need to space it out and be strategic about it. There's nothing strategic about this flow. We did these last 3 interviews. That's just my opinion. We already know that 2027 is determined. Like I said the last time I was here, I said the biggest winner so far for this 2027 will be Kwankwaso. The reason why is, look, I said it here. Obi is going to come 3rd position. Kwankwaso will be the biggest winner because of 2033. You will have the momentum on part of the obedience and he will launch out. Whether we like it or not, he will have some support from the north and he can have a balanced control. He would have that kind of edge in 2033. He's the biggest winner in the whole of it. So, of course, he will receive some punch from his home state of Kano. He's not going to get as much votes as he had before when he was in the front ticket. He's not. If anybody is thinking, doing one calculation, adding some 6 million to 1 point something million, you're kidding me. He's not. That's not how politics works. Right now, they are splitted down the middle. He's not even down the middle, in different groups. The different senators from there, Abdurrahman Jubril, to the ulamas. You understand the way the North works. The ulamas, you have the emirs, you have the council of rulers, you have some of the key grassroots supporters. So they are splitted down the middle. So And the governor is also pulling his weight, obviously. So from what I see that ticket might not exactly give them the figure that they want. It will show. It will be obvious. And the guy they are dealing with is smart. He's way ahead from what I see. From the interview that they did with JB, BD, Babashir Lawal, we have to understand that Babashir Lawal was very close to Tinubu, and he feels hot. And he has shown that in his responses. He feels hot. When someone is hot as a politician, it's different from his analysis. He will tell you some certain truth, but there are some parts where you know that it's just emotion that has overtaken what he's talking about. That Tinubu funded Buhari's campaign, that is a known fact. You know, the movement between the parties for them to align together, those are, you know, known facts. But look, Babashir being a PA of a governor does not make you a popular politician. The fact that you do some running around for the key elements of Tinubu and Buhari does not make you popular. In Adamawa there, you cannot win a local government chairman. They can brag for all he wants, but the record shows that it's not as popular as it is. So he said some things that were true. There were some things that were, you know, a little bit of emotion, you know, telling him that no, he has lost his ways. Just because we all know that Babashir Lawal was in the front line that bought the primary ticket for Tinubu. He was there at that front line before he picked his vice. He expected himself to be the Christian coming from the north because he's being close to him. He's hot. That's given. So anything about that interview, just take a part of it, throw away the remaining. That's what I would think. Anyways, 2027 is around the corner. I want to say it again, that I think APC does not need to do too much. With the way opposition are even carrying themselves, they don't have clear-cut strategy. Their strategies are moribund. They are repeating same templates. There's no creativity to what they are doing. And I don't see anything different from the result that we had envisaged. That's what we would see. I foresee that what they are expecting, they are already seeing those thin lines showing that they might not get close to 5 million votes. This is just my prediction. And I see that because of the signs that I see. Is it the by-election, the Abuja they thought that they would control, and things that are changing? So I think we should get ready for 2027. It's already determined. I wanted to come in really because of some of the news item that you raised about South Africa. I think South African government, with those people, I think they are in alignment for some reason. The statement coming out from the president doesn't seem to be forceful against these attacks. There's a way you will see a government that is being forceful about it. There's a way you will hear from a government that is seeing the signs of a loss and just feel like for political reasons, they may not be able to speak so much about it. South Africa is feeling the economic pain. That is very clear. And sometimes economic losses come in gradually. The effect of this, you will see that effect by next year. From what I hear, some places, for some of the small businesses are literally dead. Some of those shops that were taken over, some of those people could not run it. It has become a mess already. And they are trying to cover it. Of course, as a government, you will try to manage it the best way you can. But economic-wise, there's a pushback. I can give you an example. The aluminium companies that are in South Africa are already moving towards Zimbabwe. Can you imagine now they are shipping in some of those some of those moribund aluminum companies in Zimbabwe are already waking up. So they are going in there to set up those companies. It's taking time, but gradually it looks like South Africa might be losing. You know, they are one of their key stronghold is some of this aluminium. So I see that happening, and the signs are showing, and it's going to continue. African countries are rejecting some of their economic agreements with South Africa, and the signs are clearly there. I don't know how the government will do it because they are caught between the rock and a hard place. Number one, some of those people vote for them. That's why they can't forcefully push some of these things. They can't forcefully tell them what they are doing is wrong. They will say it in a pattern, more like just on the sideways. So I think it's people that are in South Africa should brace up for something new economic wise that might be coming up. They may not feel it now, but they will feel it much later. When things are being destroyed like that, economic wise, it just starts coming in gradually and the effects start multiplying. That's what I see that would happen. Anyway, one man, I just popped in to just say something.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. You see now why we always push you aggressively for you to come for you to come in more regularly. People listening in rapt attention. So thank you. Talk now. I left you a note in the comment section. I'm not in the private chat rather. I'm not sure if you have my number, but I've left it for you there. So
okay.
If
I would yes. I will save it and chat you.
Yeah. All right. So try and pick it up. So that's Talk Now. Stay with us for as long as you can spare. From Talk Now, we go to somebody that cannot stop talking. No one like him, Joel of Nashville. So as Joel takes over, I take my leave, hand over to Simba. Joel, floor is yours. Don't dabaru the old place, Joel. I know you will anyway, but please don't dabaru.
Well, before you go, one man, I want you to start giving us the pathway to Tinubu's presidency in 2027. He stole it the last time, and next time it's not going to be that way.
If he stole it the last time, then he will steal it again now. I mean, he wants.
No. Because now, if you stole my stuff 4 years ago, and 4 years after, I'm not able to.
All right. Let me drop for Sim.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville, on the One Man Show. I want to start. Let me get some things off my chest. So it was. I want to just state it clearly that the 2023 election was rigged in favor of the drug lord from Chicago, Tinubu. And just to let you know that Obi won the last election. And when you look at the way things are going in Nigeria, with the way the government are after him, these days nobody discusses Atiku. It is always Obi, this, Obi, that, Obi, this, Obi, that. What happened in River State in the last election will not happen again with the Almighty Wike and the Rainbow Coalition. And what happened in Benue the last election is not going to happen this time around. And for those of you who said Lagos is impenetrable, we shall win Lagos State again. We shall win Lagos State again. Look, we have gone past that time in Nigeria where propaganda seems to be.
Somebody should pause himself now. The thing is making noise. Or is it from me?
It's from you.
It's from you.
It's from you.
From me? No, I'm not. Nothing is shaking here.
Every other person is mute. Every other person is mute.
And I'm hearing everybody clearly. Can I go on? Is anybody hearing me?
Viewer, go ahead. You can hear
Yeah,
you.
we are hearing you now.
All right. Okay. So the issue is about the job given to Tinubu. The
Joe,
job.
there seems to be some sort of machine where you are that
Where am I? Oh, okay. Okay. Let me log out and log in then.
One man, let's manage him like that so that I can finish quickly. So let's manage him. Go ahead, you can
No,
hear you.
I mean, if people are not hearing me, then there's no need for me.
We
Let
can
me
hear you.
just log.
We are
Can hear
hearing
you.
you, but there is something making noise at the background. That's what we are saying.
Oh,
We are hearing you.
okay. So, all right. So you guys hearing me, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Good.
It's better
All
now.
right. It's better now. Okay. So the issue here is this: the job you stole. You said before that election that this was what you were going to do and do this and do this and do that. How many were you able to accomplish? The ones you accomplished, how did you accomplish them? That is what we are talking about. I, for one, was never against Tinubu building a coastal road. I have even started talking about it over 13, 20 years ago. I believe that our shoreline ought to look beautiful. However, is that our priority for now? No. You are building a road to connect you to other parts of Africa. Is that my priority? That's not my priority as a Nigerian. You are building Lagos to Sokoto. Is that my priority? It's not my priority. Is this something that needs to be done? Yeah, probably in future. But in Igbo land, we say, which means you get the land first before you get the maths. Priorities. And we are not even talking about the corruption aspect of it. The corruption aspect, and for those of them who come here to talk about macro. At the macro end, we are being stole dry. If P2B had a company that was awarded such contract without no formal bidding, without others competing for the bid, and his son is a member of that same company that was awarded the contract. One of the biggest contracts awarded to a company in Nigeria. Your son, Sheyi Tinubu, is a board member. So you can see why it became a priority. I bet you if they had no connection with that company, they may not have done these coastal roads. Only God knows if they're sleeping with each other. But that is for God to judge them. But if they're sleeping with each other, they should enjoy themselves. But it will not be at the backs on the backs of Nigerians. That is crazy. We're still talking about the macro part. We saw a ministry that was not I say a ministry. What do they call them again? All these sub offices under a ministry. What do they call them again? Exactly. And we see corruption before our own eyes. That somebody will have an office, submitted a budget. This is the same country. For those of them talking about macro. Macro my ass. What about Remi Tinubu? How much has that woman donated in different states? Who allocated such money to her? Who is she that should be making such donation? Who is contributing to her? Because if you are contributing from state coffers, it's against the law. Who monitors the amount that she donates to these states? I am not against her doing anything foundation, but even here there are ways to do foundation. You don't see Obama's wife going out donating $2 million, $3 million. From where? Or you see Trump's wife going to donate money, donate millions of dollars. From where? So there are bigger things to talk about when it comes to Nigeria that has not been addressed. All we keep hearing is, you know, I mean, little progress. Would I say that I hate everything about the education fund? No, I'm a human being. Even though my parents paid for my school fees and all that, but I knew it hurt for some of my classmates. So if they are getting a succor from that, that's fine. But I am looking at the bigger picture. I cannot be talking about exceptions. What are the rules? Till today, we are still paying subsidy for the macro animals. We are still paying subsidy. And what would they do? The transparency in this government is nearly zero. Why are you hiding it? Look, I am not saying, I also understand that the government or the economy Tinubu inherited was not doing so good. But we're not going from PDP to APC. It is still the same person he put in there. So he should take responsibility. When he was putting in an illiterate, someone that has no record of going to school, when he was doing that because of power, because of what he's going to gain, did he know that such a calamity might befall our economy? Oh, of course. He doesn't have foresight. What is the foresight in Tinubu? And he deceived every one of us, telling us he built Lagos. This same man built. Look, let me tell every one of you. Lekki, I used to go to Lekki when we had only bushes in Lekki. You can only see maybe what is this oil companies building? Chevron, and maybe VGC. A few companies. Where was the planning? Could we say that somebody really sat down and planned Lekki? Lekki is less than 30 to 40 years old. We should be having something a little bit futuristic about Lekki. That is where Tinubu built, because he cannot lay claim to the mainland because it was built by the whites. You go there and you tell me which one is better planned. And on this show tonight, somebody said somebody was saying that was trying to make a comparison between Tinubu and Obasanjo. Is that not a disgrace? How can you compare Tinubu to Obasanjo? What kind of candidates are the Yorubas giving us? These are the issues we have to address in 2027. We must start addressing the kind of candidates you guys give us to lead us. Because at the end of the day, whatever they do in office affects everyone. Let me go to the issue of Obi. I have had many of you talk about Obi. Obi got an interview. Yes. Every publicity is good publicity, whether positive or negative. And Obi has done so well, being in the media, whether for good reasons or bad reasons. Like him or hate him, he has been consistent about what he tries to do in Nigeria. And for some of you, hearing me? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm hearing you.
Okay. For some of us talking about Obi's speech, what do you want him to say? I think we're still running a baby economy. We've not been able to feed ourselves. And whatever thing Obi is being measured, then he's saying, today, we do not produce of electricity.
You are just drifting in and out. We are not coherent, so we can hear you properly.
Sorry, I don't know what is wrong with my network. Let me try and just be brief.
We are managing you. Just go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
We are not hearing half of what he's saying.
So the issue there.
Papa, do you need to hear?
Oh my God.
But
go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, so thank you very much. So the issue there is, where is our economy at? The person that came, have they been able to improve the lives of the people? Have they been able to show that they have integrity? Have they been able to show that they have capacity? Amongst Tinubu's ministers, how many of them are performing? Because we have to look at it from that angle. Among the subnationals, how many of them are performing? For those of them celebrating giving money, you take money and you give to baskets. You pour it inside a basket. And you say you're going to make any. How has that transcended to the people's lives? That is what is going to decide the 2027 election, not the propaganda. Not the propaganda. Lastly, for the issue that has to do with Nnamdi Kanu, look, depending on which side you're on, Madam Zita was saying what she was saying tonight, right? I do not blame her. I think she was excessive with it. But what is the essence? If you want to kill somebody, kill the person. All the issue of body dragging, falling, drug leaking, all those things are nonsense. It's just for the person that is gone. The person dead is dead. For those of them who want him to leave, I can also see from their own side. But for me, I love equity. If you are going about giving Boko Haram members who killed people, who killed Nigerians in thousands, maybe they did not show you the way they killed them, but we've been able to see the way they killed them. Some were being beheaded, some were being clubbed to death. But you granted them amnesty. You granted them amnesty. These are folks that was engaged. These were frontliners. Frontliners. They did the killing themselves. But for me, I also know that there's no difference between you that did the killing and the person that made the pronouncements. I think that Nnamdi Kanu should be punished. That is my own thing. But going by what we are seeing today in Nigeria, I do not think that, going up, killing him will solve the problem.
Can I ask you a question?
And what Obi is, let me just land this point that you can ask me, my brother. What Obi is trying to say is that I am going to talk to everybody. There's nothing wrong with that. When you have a country that has failed in many ways over the years, sometimes people do dumb stuff. People do stupid stuff. People do criminal stuff. But when it is rooted in ideology, you may have to start, having some diplomacy, some dialogue.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
So start rounding up because you've been speaking for 20 minutes now.
No. That's what I'm saying. I said this is my last time, so I'm rounding up.
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 minutes.
So thank you very much. So that's the thing. It's not only if you take away Nnamdi Kanu today, another person will come up. If you take away Sunday Igboho today, another person will come up. Why? Because it is rooted in ideology. It lives in the heart of many people. And when it lives in the heart of many people, you may need dialogue. What are the problems? What are the concerns? I said this thing when Tinubu came into power. I said, talk to the IPOB. They're going to tell you their concern. When it happened with the Niger Delta, we did. Did we go to dialogue? We fought it. We bombed and did everything. Did it work? It did not work. So we cannot shoot ourselves out of every problem we have in Nigeria. We may have to judge up, considering the fact that we've had so many failed governments in the past that have failed the people, and maybe some people may have thought that a way of life is best. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much for the audience and have a good night.
Thank you, Jewel. Now let's move to AY. AY, are you there? I'm calling AY now.
I'm here, but let somebody continue. Let me be next, please.
Okay. I think Remy is the next person.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Actually, I hope everybody is in good health. Actually, it surprised me when somebody compares somebody you monitor, you are appointed to a position to be your Attorney General, somebody you single-handedly pick to be the VP of a country. Okay, I'll just stop that. It's just laughable. So, what is going on in the politics? Everybody knows. I think Top Man put it in the right perspective about Babasha Lawal interview. It all boils down to show that a little bit of ego and a little bit of hatred for not picking him as the VP to Tinubu in 2023. And moreover, when he makes some allegation against the president, I wonder that you, that Tinubu propelled to be the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria, and your hand were caught in the cookie jar, and you were removed as the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria. Sometimes I wonder, maybe Nigeria, sometimes they don't normally remember what transpired in the past. I think at the end of the day, to me, just a worthless interview, like a grown man just talking rubbish. So as a good politician,
I think what that one should tell you is that it's not like as if Nigerian hate corruption, but they only hate it when the thing is not getting to them. Because if you look at the people that they call, can somebody like Babasha Lawal be somebody that was supposed to be reckoned with, and every Bindia house will be calling for interview? It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that pedigree. So, but you see, that is Nigeria for you, because it's not.
You know, I always say something like, politics is a game. It's a dirty game. It's a game about politics of interest. And wherever you find yourself anywhere in the world, first you have to do your own. What is my interest in getting to this position? What will I gain for supporting this particular person, or for being in the camp of this person? But unfortunately, I think the reason why a lot of Nigerians, they don't really know, or they don't want to know, is because that Nigerian, we are not exposed enough to that. And there are so many factors that attribute to that. I think the education we get from the when we were in the primary school up to the level of our institution. I see a lot of Nigeria to be educated illiterate because sometimes they cannot see between what is right and what is wrong. And when you remove history in the curriculum of a country, what do you expect the generation that comes about? They don't know about the history of the country. And that is what transpired in the golden age of globalization and information technology. They don't know the history of the country. So you can see that last election, a lot of young people, they just follow. They don't have their own mind. So, but when somehow, if they have known the history of the country, they would have known the character of all the people at play. Now, just opposed to the moment, everybody knows that in politics, momentum is very important. Even like I always said, Nigeria election, especially presidential election, is the easiest one to predict. You will see the momentum. And I said the only reason why the 2023 election was very competitive was because it was between three major tribes. That is one. And then two, the current president at that particular moment, Buhari, was too aloof. Are you kidding me? If Obasanjo was the president, he will install the net because that is the local politics in that country, whether you like it or not. So everything plays out, and the guy won, and he's staying now. And then you now sit down and you look at from May 2023 to the present and look at the momentum. Where is the momentum shifting to? Look at it. From 22 governors to about 32 governors. Even those governors that are not in APC, they are also they are supporting the presidency. And if you are deceiving yourself, that governors only want one vote, you are just deceiving yourself. Because politicians always learn from election. What happens in 2023 was that the ruling party, they did not come together as one, as a unit to go to that election. It was a house divided against itself. But now they are strong. And what are they doing? They continue to plan underground. And you guys, you continue to make your noise online as usual. And then they continue to break their ranks. That is one. And then the opposition also break their ranks by themselves. So if you are the ruling party, you don't need to do much. Just sit down and continue to let them break their ranks. See, today, they are still breaking their ranks. They don't have candidates in all the elective positions in the country. I'm talking about both ADC and NDC. They do not have that candidate. They didn't fill everything up. So, and that is one. And the two, they don't have a clear-cut program. The momentum is not shifting towards them. You can see today, you see that Atiku fighting with ADC. Tomorrow, ADC is fighting with NDC is fighting with ADC. They are still fighting. So, as most Nigerians, we already know that these are a serious bunch of politicians. They don't really meant good for the country. But the other advantage for Nigerians is that they are going to retire a lot of old cargoes. And from 2031, you are going to see some new set of leaders. Currently, if you look at the current dispensation in Nigeria, you will see that this presidency has brought in a lot of new faces to governance. There are so many of them, if we start to reel out their name, both from the north and southern part of the country, bringing people below the age of 45 from 30 to 45, giving them good position. These are new set of your leaders in future. Do you want to join them, or do you want to still remain aloof and complain? Or do you want to still remain complain today and fixated to one Tinubu or maybe to Atiku? This is the right time for people to also look at it. Spread everything in front of you. What is my own interest? Do I want to be a politician in the future? Do I want to be a leader in the future? Do you have a plan as a diaspora that, should I go back home and contest for election? Or should I go back home to get a contract? Or should I go back home to set up a business? Because at the end of the day, we live in a globalized world. And if you put everything on the table, you will see that the economy of Nigeria has been stabilized. And Nigeria is one of the fastest growing economy in the world today, top 10. It has never happened to that country in the last 30 years. So you look at opportunity that you can get instead of complaining. These are just players. They are just politicians. Like If you want to be a politician, you are at equal with them. This started from some place. In the 1990s, Tinubu was a senator. And then what do we have? They cancelled both SDP and NRC. And then when Abacha died, and then 1999, he was the governor. And after that, he positioned himself, continued to build men and women, surround himself, and spend his money. And today, he is the president of the country. Rome was not built in a day. So when you look at all the players, you look at what have they done in the past. Who is really ready to mantle that leadership position? Now, let's talk about a little bit forward. In 2031, a lot of the northern young people, they're already positioning themselves to become the president or go for it. I think the biggest loser in this game, to me from the north, is Kwankwaso, because he has played himself into a tight box. So allowing himself to be VP to Obi, to me, is not a good step. A good politician, if you also looking into the
Start rounding up.
I will finish up. Okay. If you're a good politician, you want to put yourself in a steady book. To me, if I were him, I would just pick somebody I trusted or somebody as equally good to be VP to Obi, while I continue to campaign for both of them. This will make me still relevant in northern politics, and in 2031, it can be a good way for me. I mean, a good opportunity for me to go ahead. So I want to talk about what is the last topic. I just want to briefly talk about. Simba, can you remember me, please? Simba.
OBJ sponsoring Obi-Kwankwaso ticket.
So I think the game Obasanjo is playing, I never liked the man, and I will not pretend about it. He does not like Tinubu from here to there. But when you play a game, it's like, no matter what happened, I want to checkmate Atiku. In checkmating Atiku, you give advantage to Tinubu. Because if you are looking at the political pedigree of all these politicians, how on earth can you compare Obi with Atiku or Obi with Tinubu? They're totally different people. Obi is just too low to them. And I'm sorry to say this, when you listen to Obi, and it's just too low. Nigeria, they evolved more than that. It's not just coming on the TV or online every day talking. The way you talk, it does not arouse or does not give you what would I call it? There's no thing to make you feel, I'm enjoying this interview. This man can be a prospective governor. In fact, when you compare, sometimes I think a lot of elite from the Southeast will be embarrassed, to be frank. And I think a lot of local people from the Southeast that really talk about dignity and holding their tribe in high esteem will also be extremely disappointed and embarrassed as well. Because to them, this is just too low from them. Too low. Lowest to the too low. He never did anything wonderful in Anambra State. Nothing special.
Remy is okay. I think you've been
so in conclusion, okay, I don't need to conclude again. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. AY, are you ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, greet to everyone. Why will you even give my time to Remy? Remy Alpha.
Not bad. You're welcome. you said they should call another person. So it's your time now. It's your turn.
What the discussion about? I know we discussed here about Peter Obi interview, Obasanjo sponsoring. But on the more serious note, the Babachi Lawa interview, I don't really see anything. I don't think he insulted the president. I don't really think anything wrong. I did not even actually see anything wrong with that interview. I don't know why some people are complaining about it. Listen back, can you point me out to one thing he said you think that was really wrong?
No, it's not about what he says that is wrong or what he said that is right. We are just discussing everything that he discussed, both
Yeah, I
positive or
think
negative.
right, right. I
So
think the interview, sincerely, I mean, it's an insider, but the only thing, Baba Chilawa, he talks too much. Sincerely, I feel like there are things that should not go into the public domain, especially like your private relationship with people or how they you just like putting out, for example, oh, he loves to eat banana and this.
So,
I
so,
think
so,
that was a
so
very
that is just the
personal
issue.
thing. Mm.
Yeah, too personal. How can you not bring that one? It's just too
Yeah.
low. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, if you watch Baba Chilawa, he talks too much, You just have to people have to be mindful with the people you allow into your inner room. You know what I mean? Yeah. There are people that don't have any secrets. But in general, I think the
what
interview
is
was
what when you wait, sorry, wait, while how
mm,
can somebody be talking about what he eats, what he
yeah, that's what
wears?
I'm saying.
He say he
Yeah, I
doesn't
also
dress decently, he
yeah,
doesn't eat well.
yeah.
So what does it that's why I said the kind of people that our media houses actually invite for interview,
Mm,
it's like they just look at, okay, this person, because let me tell you, you can profile our media houses. You know who that media house that actually invited him was actually an Obi supported media house. And you can
yeah,
see that even the interviewer was actually
Uh,
happy with what he's saying and was
Simba,
gesticulating.
Simba, Simba AY, sorry. What I
mm,
say a little bit in that interview is a man who still wants a kind of, it's like I'm still sending a subtle signal to Tinubu, please call me back.
coming
And
back.
at the same time, I see a man that is in a kind of dilemma situation. Probably does
Yeah,
not know whether to go to north or south. That's what I say.
yeah,
And to me,
yeah,
I think as an elderly man like that is, I don't know.
yeah. To be honest, even the way he really like call out Atiku every time, there are personalities that for an elderly man like that, you should know better. There are there are
Anyway, I
areas you
think the
don't
guy
go.
is hungry. He's hungry. He's looking for
Yeah.
position. I think that's it. And he's just looking here and there. And he's getting disappointed. What I can see in Babacha Lawa is somebody that is frustrated. That's just it.
Yeah, it was lucky to be SGF now, but he could not even manage the office. I know somebody that was actually close to him, working with him. That is how the guy behaves. The way he talks, he just talks to people anyhow. Yeah, he called. I remember him calling Amici on that interview that Amici is too ras or something like that. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Amici is even better than you, man. Because he himself he talk anyhow, like for an elderly person, that's not okay. That aside, there was something Simba you measure on that interview, Peter Obi interview, when you refer what Peter Obi said he cannot deliver power, cannot promise power in 4 years. To be fair to Peter Obi, sincerely, you see, even Tinubu promised power for 4 years, the power is not there. Before now, Peter Obi used to say he's gonna give Nigeria power in 4 years, in 3 years, in 2 years, whatever. Sincerely, this for me, when I'm listening to those kind of interview, it shows very high level of ignorance. You don't even know what you are doing. When I hear politicians make some statement, it's just like this present minister of power Tinubu nominated when he went to the Senate, the way he was. I quickly realized that this guy does not even understand what you want to do, how you want to even deliver results. Because if I listen to people, for example, you tell me, oh, I will give Nigeria 24 hours light in 4 years. Are you crazy? How are you gonna do it? That is not, that should not be our cosign. Our cosign should be the improvement. The improvement, like for example, if after 4 years you can even give Nigeria 12 hours um, electricity, that's a big, for me, that's a big leap. That's a big one. So politicians will just try to be politically correct just to buy the people. Sincerely, I would really love to see when politicians are actually explaining how they plan to solve problems.
AY, please, can I ask you a question? Sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
Yes. Especially now that we're talking of electricity, right? And this is something that a lot of Nigerians do not hold politicians accountable to. Tinubu himself, before becoming president, made the famous remark that if he does not bring electricity after
that now.
Yes. Okay. No. I'm going to ask you just one thing regarding that. So the thing to ask usually, if our media are doing their job, is, for example, if you do your research before, you would say, okay, right now there is only one manufacturer of big transformers, step down transformers, and the whole electric infrastructure. And because of the AI race and all that, there is even a backlog of orders of those kind of stuff. So how do you intend to execute and then deliver this within this time frame, considering that the people you are trying to compete with are huge powers with huge leverages over you? The questions like that, going to the point, it never happens in Nigerian media. I never know why. Anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
That's why you go and apply to media house now.
So
you know that job.
Hold on, don't interject. No permission. So what you said is very true, right? You expect the media houses, because it means they themselves, they are not even doing research. Like, for you to even build a power plant, a common substation, a substation is going to take you years, and you don't need one in Nigeria. You don't need 10. You need a lot. We are talking of the production. We are not even talking of the transmission. We are not even talking of the distribution. So for you to tell Nigeria you know what you are doing, you have to give them the timeline. This meaning you've done your research, you know what is involved to give Nigeria power. Then I will listen to you. When politicians just talk like, I'm going to give you light in 4 years, in 2 years, I just look at the person like, you don't know what you're talking about. Even so, this current minister, I saw that with him. That's why that power, really, sincerely, I would have really loved somebody like El-Rufai that is capable of delivering results to deal with that power.
El-Rufai delivering results.
Of course,
I think for that
what has it delivered?
Baba, we'll go back there. Baba, I'm coming back. We'll go back there. No, El-Rufai has shown capacity of delivery result, to be honest. There are other young people, like even Tinubu administration, no matter how you want to bash it. Somebody like Minister of Interior is giving results. It's doing a lot, There are still people that we have people that understand the problem. You have to look for them. But what you see, apart from that Obasanjo era, where Obasanjo was very deliberate in looking for people that can solve problems, I have not seen that for the subsequent administration. They just pick
But AY, do you know we generate enough electricity power to at least carry us for 18 hours? Do you know that?
I think
it's transmission and distribution that is our pain.
Yeah, transmission is usually a big problem. It's a big problem all over the world, even in America. Distribution, another big headache.
I think it's because of the centralization of everything.
Exactly.
If they are centralized very well
that is one part of the problem, but the other truth is,
and the cost too.
Even our power equipment are obsolete. They are not good. We need more infrastructure, I know President
Buhari. But sorry, AY. Earlier, when you are now talking, it's not about the capacity of the person in that ministry. It's about investment in that ministry. It's about money.
Yeah, but look at it. Yes,
If we put El-Rufai there and there is no investment, there's nothing you can do. Do you think he will go and be the one that will be carrying the thing himself?
Simba, let me. Yeah, you are also very right. All of us are right. Look at it, right? Tinubu has been borrowing money to build roads. I rather give Nigeria a lie than build roads. So you can borrow money and look for private company to come in.
Sorry for this interjection.
Go ahead.
Why are we still fixated on the federal government? Why are we not? The electricity is no longer on exclusive, it's on concurrent. Even to me, any presidential candidate that is still talking about say I will provide electricity for Nigeria, it's not a serious fellow.
No,
the electricity is the governor that was supposed to be. Wait, but it's no longer exclusive. Wait now. Let me tell you, and each time I talk, you people that are living abroad, you don't even understand the problem that we have in this country. Let me tell you, I don't even know.
Are you not living abroad?
Yeah, I'm not in the same category with you people. You people that comes home maybe once in 10 years. Let me tell you,
you got me. I always go home.
He said you people living abroad.
Azan is here. If any private investor want to even invest in that electricity, do you think an average Nigeria can afford it?
That's what I said.
Nigerians don't pay for electricity.
You were not here when I took the floor. Actually, the cost of power is expensive. Of course, we can't.
That's why we have investment. Azan is here. Most people in Nigeria don't pay. They don't pay for electricity.
Simba, let me ask you a question. Listen. Electricity, when it comes to Baba, just let me just say this. When it comes to power all over the world, power is subsidized by the government. In Saudi Arabia, where you live, power is
it's not to everybody. In the West, where you are, you pay the normal. Those who are falling below. Listen. Those who can afford it, who are running into bad time, those people are subsidized. You apply, they tell you, and even they control what you use. It's not everything you use.
See. Let me.
There's one thing you guys are all missing, and that I want to say that Simba is actually trying to push on as somebody who is in Nigeria. The thing is, there's the Nigerian factor that you guys are not putting into the equation. That Nigerian factor means that the decentralization of power, that this discourse that we're talking about, that are supposed to, function, say in a very free capitalist, competitive environment, what they have essentially turned into is a gangster kind of, union. They put their heads together and then they now confront the federal government and the people of Nigeria they manipulate generation and transmission policy such that it favors them. So many things. Just imagine how bad the downstream sector is in oil.
Asa, I didn't even know it was you. Let me explain it to you. So when it comes to that is where the federal government come in. You have to make sure you have very strong policies to protect the consumers, to protect the country infrastructure. You cannot. It's just like what we talk of oil and gas. If you see what happened with, I'll give you an example. You see what happened in telecom. In telecommunication was obviously like private company came in. You see, they said the market. There is a competition. If you realize, Baba, even many years ago, when MTN used to sell line, even common line at the phone up to 30,000 naira. I remember.
More than that.
Started at 35.
Okay, even more than that. When Glo came in, they moved into per second billing. So there was competition from Mekone, there was competition from here. I tell you what goes on, right? So in terms of infrastructure, MTN, they used to have the best infrastructure in Nigeria, but it doesn't even matter because we are using like Accuses and Ericsson. When it comes to Glo, why Glo we are able to beat that market? In Glo, they started using Huawei. Despite, like I would say, their equipment were of a little bit of substandard, but Huawei have very good credit. They give you a lot of good credit, like you can pay within 10, 50 years. This is what we need, even in the what's it called? In the power sector. When you do that, you have to make sure you have control. It's just like what is going on in the petroleum industry now. Dangote, fine. Give people more license that are willing to compete with Dangote. Let them compete. All the government,
so
what you
you
need
are
to
saying that
do.
competition will bring down the price. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, can you come again?
Are you
Simba.
saying that the competition will bring down the price? Is that what you are saying?
Let me tell you, competition.
I think AY, sorry, AY, you
Let me
don't
chime in,
You will
understand
guys.
the
have
concept.
options, basically. It will be
AY.
competitive. But let me finish this, Remy. Simba, Baba, those are saying that the cost of electricity all over the world, everybody know that it's not cheap. I have actually said this million times that electricity is not cheap. If you give Nigeria 24 hours electricity, they can't pay for it. But we have a way of resolving this kind of issue. First of all, it's just like when you want to make coin in Nigeria, you look at, I don't want to spend more than 1 minute. I don't have credit. When you have a system that is working, people will be forced to switch off their light. People will be looking, let them buy credit, just the one you have the prepaid meter. So apart from that, you can also say, okay, if you use up to this kilowatt, federal government will subsidize this.
So
anything apart from this, hold on, let me
sorry.
give you. See.
Sorry, a quick question for you.
Remy, calm down, just calm down for him. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
Okay.
So when it comes to kilowatt, the way you deal with the power sector, federal government can come in, say, for example, if you use up to 50 kilowatt, federal government will subsidize so. Anything above that, it shows you are a rich man. Anything above, let me say 100 kilowatt, it shows you are a rich man.
If you don't mind.
Now you allow the people to pay their bill. You open up the industries. There are where you get money from them. You subsidize hospitals. There are places you subsidize. The poor, if you don't subsidize the poor cannot pay for electricity. If we actually have
can anybody hear
24 hours electricity, the poor cannot.
I can hear you, Prince Daddy. AY, Prince Daddy wants to interject you,
Talk
please.
after AY now. Just hold on, Prince Daddy.
Let him interject. I think it's a good discussion. I'm learning too. Let him interject.
Okay, yeah, thanks, AY, quickly. So, I was going to say, if the model works in telecommunication, so you don't think the Nigerians business community knows that to be able to try to mimic the same thing in the electricity sector? Okay, well, I think they know better. There's a missing link somewhere, I believe, why they're not doing it. Okay, there's a missing link.
No.
Why
Let me just quickly come in there. People are actually started investing in electricity. For example, Adeleke, I think he has built up to more than 2,000 megawatt of electricity.
It's not that one is just about generation.
Please, let us be aware that there are two sources: hydro and thermal.
Mm-hmm.
Hydro, only Shiroro and Kainji, and they are not working at optimal level. So everybody is doing thermal, and thermal is gas. You buy gas, and gas is not cheap.
Yeah. It's not cheap, Baba. There is that one. There is no doubt. Electricity is not cheap anywhere. It can't be cheap. It's expensive. That one is normal.
Can I interject you now? First and foremost, where I live, you don't have access to your meter. The meter is in your apartment, but you cannot see it. The regulatory, the people, like a distribution company that provide you that electricity, there's a meter in your room, but they already cover it up and they are the only one that have access to it when they come around. That is a good way of safeguarding.
We can have that system. It's
okay,
doable.
so what I want to say is that
let me quickly say this. Nitel, they used to send bill to you. So if you don't pay your bill, Nitel will toss your line from their office. They don't go to your house to go cut cable.
That is how it's supposed to be. And here, I just want to say this. Here, we pay two different kinds of electricity. We pay for both generation, and we also pay for both the generation and distribution. Even if you decide the distribution, you also have 2 or 3 different kinds of electricity. If you want the one with solar, you pay more because that is green energy. So the first thing we should do, because the distribution company in Nigeria, they partition it among the rich people in Nigeria. To not make it worse during that time, like you said, they gang up and started asking money from the federal government of Nigeria. I've never seen something like that in my life. You're a private company and the government is giving you a lot of soft loan and a lot of money. At the end of the day, they were unable to pay back. And it runs to trillions of naira at the end of the day. But as we stand now, the decentralization is good. This is the best time for us, for people. Even now, according to the Electricity Act, you as an individual, you can provide 1 megawatt of electricity. You don't need any regulatory body. You don't need to sign anything. But the moment you want to put it up to about 10 or 100 megawatt, then you need to get a license. So I think, but the problem is that, like you said, can Nigeria people pay the money? If I decide to provide electricity,
Remy, on that note,
no.
Sorry, on that note, that's the point I was trying to make. See, the average Nigerian consumer consumption for electricity is very low. Please correct me if I'm wrong. They don't. Normally, an average Nigerian home cannot consume in that much electricity. I don't think so. What do they have?
We have to.
No,
sorry for interjecting. Let me just say this as a Nigerian, right? Who stays in Nigeria? For anything, any commodity, you have to first deal with availability before you even talk about how people consume it. We are not even at the stage where we want to start talking about a Nigerian's consumption. That is, I think, putting the horse before the cart. I think the right sequence should be availability first.
We know availability is a problem, but I'm trying to make a point here, a succinct point.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the point is that Nigerians, what do they know? What is set up in the Nigerian home that they consume? That they will consume a lot of electricity.
Precisely, let me explain to you. First of all, Nigeria abuse electricity when they have it, because now it's getting better because most homes now they have prepaid meter. So with prepaid meter, you have to monitor what you consume, right?
Exactly.
But the other system we used to have where people just put meter, like even the NEPA, be whatever they call themselves, they used to do estimated reading. But again, that
if you apportion a fixed amount for each household, they're not going to abuse it. You know, in fact, they're more conscious about rationing their power because they know I only have 50 whatever kilowatts this month. Nigerians who ration, you know, just like a cell phone, for example, the cell phone has become part of our society in everything that we do. Okay, and they know how to manage the cell phone bill, so to speak, right? They know how to do it.
That is where I'm going. Yeah, that is what should happen in the electricity. So what you're saying now, right? So it's not even the size of the home. It depends on what you have in your home that is consuming electricity, from light to fan to, do you have like dishwasher? Do you have like
most people need the light, or just the bulb, maybe their fridge, and what else? What does they have? Air conditioning is a luxury. It's a luxury that most people can afford not to have. But if they have fans to run, that's better.
See, Prince Daddy and Ewa, you are missing one thing here too that it's important we point it out. Okay, in the when we talk about what happened in the telecommunications sector, okay, the first players that came, MTN.
So I can hear you.
You can't hear me.
No,
we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
MTN, Econet, all came from out of Nigeria with better standards. I can assure you that all the discos in Nigeria were sold to ex-politicians and people who probably had no business, in that part of. But somehow, because they understood there are subsidies, you can understand how they hijack the market. And Obasanjo was a hands-on person, very thorough. And and people were talking about RFI. RFI was actually BPE at that time. So I think this misalignment also played a role. When I think who actually did the discourting, I think it was Jonathan or Buhari, but it was not done right.
It was Jonathan. It was Jonathan that did the discourse.
It was not done right. That is just the summary of the whole matter. You see,
But
let me say one thing, Simba. Nigeria, they need higher hand. You see, if you see the corruption that have happened in the oil industry for years, before everybody was literally saying it, before Tinubu removed the subsidy. If you know what was going on with the subsidy, you will know the biggest problem of Nigeria's system is the corruption. If you saw what happened with Dangote, how these people were trying to make sure Dangote will not operate his refinery, it was the evil people that were fighting. So if such problem, they are also embedded in the electricity industry, the power industry, it's also a problem. So the president needs to look deeper into that industry and dismantle everything. Who needs to go down will go down. That is the only way we can get solution.
I think they already solved that problem. Electricity is not the problem of the state.
They need
no, can't you listen to the Electoral Act? The state can now generate, transmit, and distribute as well. So if you are going to say, what are you looking for? You don't need to put your electricity into the national grid anymore. Get your electricity and sell it to your people. So
I think is that not why I said I don't if we on this platform we are still fixated on federal government supplying electricity at this that means why we are not even getting it right. There is not, let me tell you, give Nigerian federal government 100 years, they cannot provide electricity for Nigeria. The best way to go is just to privatize that sector and let private sector get the kind of resources that we need.
Competent private sector.
Yes, the kind of resources that we need to put that. Let me tell you, if you see the wiring in Nigeria, you even be wondering if private sector, you understand, how they will be getting their money.
Standards, nothing.
You understand? So the resources, let me tell you, to even get it right for people, to meter people, to get them to pay, is a whole lot of problem. You understand? And that was why. Wait, no, let me finish. AY.
Go ahead.
When Azan was saying that no, you have to supply for before you even take care of. Let me tell you, nobody, no investor will come and put your money in something that you don't know how to recoup your money. You have to, the first thing you have to think before you invest in anything is, how can I get my money back? So you cannot you can't put electricity first and then you now say, okay, this is the way you are going to. No, you have to know. I cannot go and invest in that electricity sector without knowing how I will put my money. And that's why even in Nigeria today, people who have started doing it, they will go to estates, people where they think that people will pay. That's where they are supplying. Even discos, that's what they are doing. That is the concept behind all these their band A, band B, band C. Because they know some areas, no matter little you supply to them, they will not pay. Even if you give them 24 hours electricity, you will not, it can't recoup your money. So it's a waste.
Simba, let me
that's the problem that I think.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. One thing that is very important we are missing. See, the federal government cannot hand off electricity completely. No. Even in America, the government spend a lot of money on infrastructure, power infrastructure. Federal government never, there is no country where you have standalone company dealing with the electrical infrastructure. Federal government needs to still come in. They have investment in the power industry. Fact check me, you can go to Evo AI or wherever and check this information I'm telling you. So in terms of policy too, government needs to
But
be
AY,
very
sorry,
strong.
just one thing. But what of China's approach that they even have
I don't
overcapacity?
know. Let
Is that
me
not a government thing?
overcapacity.
That one is a provisional. Even they also have their own different city, having their own electricity by themselves.
Bro, when it comes to electrical infrastructure, federal government must come in. This thing is very
They
expensive.
will come in by state to state transmission. They can come in that way.
They come in
within the state.
That's
within the
distribution.
state, even within the city in a state. Let's look on your state, for example. We have Ibadan, the biggest city there. Ogbomoso, Oyo, Shaki, all of these cities I'm mentioning, they will generate, they will transmit and distribute their electricity by themselves. Now, when now come to transmit that electricity, maybe Ogun State want to buy, then maybe the federal government can now come in and build that big transmission line all over the country. So government can also get their money that way. So that would be a good way of solving the problem. But for now, a lot of Nigerians have resorted to off-grid already.
But
that is why we see a lot of solar power.
Actually, what you said, again, I need to correct that. You see, if somebody is asking on the comment section, we are in America, people are funny. So here is it. Even in America government, like I said, they spend a lot of investment in the power industry. This is fact. Even in rural electrification, they still do that. But you have to look for, that's why we need people that are knowledgeable in the industry. Yeah, private companies should come in form of distribution. They should do more of distribution. Distribution is within city, like you just mentioned now. But when it comes to production, transmission especially, federal government must be there. Building substations across the state, federal government must spend that money. It's a lot of money, to be honest.
Let me ask you, AY. Don't give us something that cannot work. I don't even know, because they even bring in, say this is the way it's done in America. For the fact that it is working in America does not mean to work in Nigeria. It cannot work. I cannot, me as an investor, I cannot generate electricity and now rely on another person to transmit it for me. Okay, what if the person doesn't have the capacity? What becomes of me? So that model say you wait now. In that model say I will generate, another person will transmit. So if they cannot transmit, then I will not be able to generate. Then my investment will get wasted. I think what they need to do is that what federal government is doing, that they are now having mini grid. They wanted to. I think they said they are going to have like 10 mini grids now all over the country. Let whoever is generating should transmit and distribute. That is a full business. You'll be in control of whatever you are doing.
No, again, you are.
And then another thing again, I will never, with the experience of Nigeria with subsidy in anything, I will never subsidize. If I'm in government, I will never subsidize anything for Nigeria. I will have a way of palliating them in one way or the other. But subsidizing, let's say you say somebody consume, how will you go? The kind of scandal that you see in that electricity sector will be worse than that of fuel.
Can I also do something?
I don't know, man.
Go ahead. AY, but I get your points.
I see my leaders like people that doesn't have understanding about what they want to do for the country. But their greatest failure is their inability to look elsewhere where it has worked. How those people were able to put structures in place to make sure those things work well. It's very important. And when you look at the structure of business in Nigeria, I keep on saying it, everything there is doomed to fail. There's no two ways about it. There's no structure to subsidize because we don't have the data to follow, and we don't have structures, and we don't even care about data. You just manufacture, you place it there, and that's all.
I
So
think
let's go back to
new
let's go back to even the telecommunication that people always come here like Ola. If he's here, so he can hear me. They always praise it. United was failing. We're going to my brother. Tell me anywhere, even African country, they don't scratch card again. You pay monthly. What stop hours? And if you look at the amount of money Nigeria spend on telephone, go and compare with even the advanced country where they pay higher, where they pay higher wage. You will even discover that you will even discover that they are exploiting our people. I think there was a year back, I heard that those companies, they make huge profit and they want to take their money out of Nigeria. You come and make that profit in Sweden and tell them you want to take it, or whether you will take that money out. I'm telling you.
Okay. Listen carefully.
If you look at this one. If you look at the totality, whether they say they want to give it to a state, I see it like somebody is having a new car. You destroy the engine, you scatter the tire, even no seat, he can't even start. You now say, okay, the other man, you take this, go and take responsibility, everything is set.
Wait, Midwest. Wait. They are not handing anything over to anybody. If you the state
they are wait now. They are now wait. After the federal government have destroyed everything, they now say states should come and produce their own.
No, Midwest.
Wait, let me hold on a moment. Some of the cable they want to use to transmit electrical, what is it called? Producer, we call it, whether electrical, so for transmission. Most of those cables, they are older than my grandfather, and they are naked. So when you look at other advanced countries where they have electricity, the cable that actually, apart from that high tension, the rest are covered, and there are reasons for it. So, and we can produce this thing very good. We have made name on it. But when they come to government something, every time people also come here, why I don't agree with people, they will tell you, do you know how much it costs? Nigeria has money. We are a very rich country. Our problem is loopholes, and upon loopholes. Government don't know the number of agencies they have. People can even manufacture fake ones. They can even push it to budget level. Everything is completely failing. To be honest.
Don't take us to that route again. Okay, Remy, can make your submission.
Okay, Remy, coming with the promises we have electricity. Let's leave it there.
Okay, what I see in everything is that for now, the government of Nigeria have taken the right step by decentralizing electricity. So it's not late for the governor to start building their own power plant. And for time being, 5 states already came very quickly. States like Enugu, Lagos, I don't know whether it's Cross River or Rivers, maybe Oshun, because they are so some states have already came already. And when you talk about business, when you want to acquire a business, you acquire both assets and liabilities. And when an investor, as a multinational investor,
Remy, you are speaking grammar, man. This is more technical than your grammar. You are speaking grammar.
No. I'm also speaking the term a little bit. So what I'm trying to say is that when an investor comes to your country, they did not come to your country with empty hands. They also came with a lot of money. They also saw this money from international organization, maybe their finance house or whatever. And they have a terms of agreement when they sign the contract. You don't expect MTN to pay $247 million as licensing fee.
Are you trying to say something about what Midwest said that they can't take their money?
I just want to quickly that you don't just say, okay, because of that they don't take the money.
It's just that one. It doesn't understand what you are saying.
Yeah.
Forget about even in Sweden, if you have a foreign company that is doing business in Sweden, won't they take their profit back to their country? It's just saying whatever. That one is not something.
I think for now, I think some states in Nigeria, if they get their act very well, let's take Lagos State for example. Lagos State by October or November this year, they say some section of Lagos Island, they are going to be having 24 hours of electricity, maybe 2 or 3 local
And
governments.
AY, please let me just say something, and then before you come in, because I want to go and pray.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, sorry. Okay, the thing I want to say is,
Your prayer is already
this may
lit.
sound shocking to everybody. This may sound shocking to everybody, but the promise that Tinubu made, and that he's going to supply Nigeria electricity, it is perfectly defensible that the reasons why he cannot. And what AY said, and I second, about Obi saying that it's not possible, I also second that, because that is the reality. However,
you know why,
what I would have wanted, let me tell you my reason. Let me just tell you my reason now.
Wait, now, Azan, the reason why we are discussing that was that just 2 or 3 weeks ago, he said he's going to produce 10,000 megawatts. And then 2 weeks after, he said, no, he's not promising any Nigerians anything.
So see, this is the reality, right? Nigeria does not exist in a vacuum, and what has happened to the global manufacturing, spread, is that it has contracted, and everything is now virtually manufactured in China. And the parts that make up the substations, the very vital, important parts, and because of an ongoing AI race, that requires a lot of electricity, and the infrastructure for substations, step down stations, whatever, all those high tension wiring, most of the whole chain is manufactured in China. Now, AI companies in Europe, in the United States themselves rely on China. So right now, if you order, say, a substation, the whole thing, there is a backlog of at least 4 years. That is if you pay in full. There is a backlog of at least 4 years. Now imagine, even if Nigeria were to have the money and were to be able to generate, okay, because right now we are even losing a lot of what we generate through transmission. But and also we're also losing because of the gangsterism of the discos too, in the way they do their thing. So there is this conspiracy, but the reality is that no matter what, it is not even possible, because it is supply. Something has to be available before it can be used, and that is reality. And that's just it. So, yeah, go ahead.
Point well taken, but our electricity problem did not start yesterday, right? It didn't start yesterday. Okay. What you say right now is
I agree with that.
Okay. It is today's problem. China is at the center of everything, but our problem with electricity is kind of a legacy problem. So my question is actually to anyone: which one is out of the 3 phases of electricity? The generation, transmission, and distribution, which one is more pertinent? Which one is more expensive?
I think to generate. I just guess so.
Well, I think, see, in the United States, there's something. The government has its own generation. It generates electricity actually through hydro. Actually, there's something called Bonneville and some other generation plants across the country, right? They do that. Well, when they generate, they of course leave it to the private sector to do the transmission of it. Okay, and also the U.S. government, okay, is highly invested in the transmission of electricity. Okay, they're highly invested in it. So, but not in totality. So, with the U.S. government's investment in generation and transmission, there's so many private power companies across the country. They all work together. They all fit into the same system somewhat. So this notion that you have to leave all the cost of investment on private sector to do all these things is not the way it works in many places. It doesn't work like that. And that's part of the subsidy that we're talking about here. Okay, subsidy in terms of government investment in the entire ecosystem of generating electricity. And lastly, Simba, sometimes I get to listen to War Piece or what you call Nigerian. see, it's not always that. You do a business in the country like Sweden. It was make an example that you just come and make billions of dollars and you take all your money out. It doesn't work like that. Okay, some countries, they have restriction on how much of money, how much of a profit you can expatriate, you can get out of the country, and that's how a serious country behaves. Okay, you can't come and make a bunch of money emptying in Nigeria and take all your dead money out. It doesn't work like that in a serious country.
Prince Daddy,
quickly add to what
do you think the Nigerian government can spend money to, actually do something like the Hoover Dam or the Three Gorges Dam? Okay, let's talk about the Three Gorges Dam.
Let me quickly add something. Sorry, let me quickly add to what Prince Daddy said.
Excuse me. Let me quickly
add something. Hold on, guys. Please, okay. So what Prince Daddy said, that's what I was explaining. So I know a lot of us don't understand this process, right? But power sector is a critical infrastructure. You can't even leave it all together for private sector to handle. No, it's not done. Even the countries you are calling, nowhere is done. Government are deeply involved when it comes to critical infrastructure. You can't leave it. And even in US government, like I said, they spend a lot of money, billions of dollars every year. Even the infrastructure you hear, transmission, they spend a lot of money every 5 years to renew the whole system, most of the stuff. Substation are rebuilt. The point as I was making now, for you to even tell me you know what you are doing, for example, for you to build substation, even to get a transformer alone, you go first wait more than 2 years. Cable, there are specialized cable you will use in substation that you will wait over a year. So these are log-lead items. So if you know what is involved in electricity, you will not even come and say, for example, I will give you light in 4 years. No, you can't do it. There is no way. There is nobody that can do that magic. There is a lot of money involved. Federal government needs to come in. So people, let me finish the last one. People that are saying that, they've decentralized the power sector, the state should, no, it's not done that way. So if you want a system to work, look at the people that have done it, that are doing it, and you take from them, you learn from it.
Let me ask you now.
Yeah.
AY. It's not true. Because majority of the electricity in America, I don't even know where you and the place that are getting that one.
Bro, I have worked in EPC project for a long time.
Let me put something.
Midwest, keep quiet, please.
Okay.
It's me.
You are saying earlier on your submission, AY, that if you are the president, instead of investing in road, you will have invested the money in electricity. Knowing fully well that there's no amount of wait now. There's no amount of investment that you can do, even for 8 years in Nigeria, that can show in electricity. And nobody will even vote for you because they will tell you that you are doing nothing. This is the kind of democracy that we are practicing. You can't just say you want to face a sector.
I want to respond to you.
They are mutually exclusive. You have to balance it. You have
if you say so, so what's your point? That they should focus on road and leave our
What is it wrong about American power?
Mona, wait first. I guess what you are.
Let's not try it this way. Let's not try it this way. Remy, come after Remy, Midwest.
Simple. So, I want to tell you, as presently considered in Nigeria, both generation and distribution have been privatized. The government is still holding on to transmission in Nigeria. So all those big transmission lines you see in Nigeria is owned by federal government. But generation are owned by private company. That is why that Adeleke, that video father, was able to
is it not the same transmission that normally by the time they put load on it?
The transmission that is making the grid to collapse, and also the
transmission is actually the most expensive part. Is the most critical part of the
distribution aspect of it. All those disco they then said they did not invest very well in it. That's why Simba was telling you, see the wiring alone.
You see,
wiring.
Remy, I will tell you, okay, let me break it down what US government do, for example. You have to give, you can give loan to these private companies, a lot of grants, a lot of incentive.
They didn't spend the money wisely.
We need, okay, I don't know if they do it that.
Yeah,
so
I'm telling
just
you the
trying
truth.
to break
I
it down
told
for
you that
you.
they find a way to get a lot of money from the federal government of Nigeria. I'm talking about the discos. At the end of the day, they do dabaru or whatever. At the end of the day, the disco are also complaining that majority of their customers did not pay for electricity consumed. So that is why Tinubu is looking for about 5 trillion naira to settle them. He has settled them some tranche. There still remains some trillions of naira that you consumer in Nigeria are not paying. So that is what Timba is trying to tell you. As an
Consumer,
investor,
consumer, yeah, this power is a long-term investment. Sincerely, consumer don't have Nigeria. Let me say this. When you look at, sorry, let me just break this here. When you look at the workforce in Nigeria, right? The workforce in Nigeria currently, I can tell you more than 60% of Nigeria workforce cannot pay for 24 hours electricity. Period. So that's how bad it is. Go ahead, West.
Sorry, let me ask, is Patrick here? IBB, are you here? Because he's not been talking. That's why I'm calling him.
Maybe he's doing other. I think it's Patrick now.
I don't think he's here. Maybe he just step away, probably.
Yes. You want
I think Midwest want to say something.
Let me put this one there. Yeah, there's what's called national security when it comes to energy. And most of these term privatization, Nigeria's understanding of privatization is that private people owns it. In privatization, when it comes to Europe, most cases, the asset belongs to the government. And I think that's what the Papa T is President is trying to put here. All this generation of electricity, most of the government don't allow private people to generate their electricity.
Midwest, sorry, that is what I refer to as critical infrastructure. You don't allow private company to take over your critical infrastructure.
No, you people are wrong on that one. You are
let me land my point. Let me land my point, Remy. I will give you time to come in. Wait. Most of these assets and generation of electricity are owned directly by the government. Some of them involve nuclear plants. They can't put that in the hand of private people. And some of them involve so many other critical infrastructures for the country because it's the lifebone of that country. Even when Europeans move heavily to renewable energy, bringing private, you will still discover that these things directly is owned by the government. Where actually they start getting money, even the distribution, all those your high tension cable, all those expensive equipment, the government is fully involved. Where they now bring these people in is that when you want to go into that transmission, you bring in money. They start feeling back those money they spend, and they get the right to run it for them with proper arrangement. Okay, look at what Remy is saying. Nigeria could not pay what they consume. Consume what? As corrupt as our country. People are coming back to government to lobby, to claim money that actually they cannot defend, that Nigeria actually consume. They don't have meters. So the company that produce meter, are they dead? The same people that run the government are the same people who are in charge of these things. So when they mention privatization in Nigeria, because of the way we do business that lack regulation, like it's I don't know. People don't even have understanding how business for this capitalism function when it comes to my country. Because they have access to money, no taxation, no proper system. Everybody just do it like that, and they have money. They have made money through corrupt system. They always come forward. This electricity, why people are running, I think Siba has said it. These are long-term projects. The government must take it to a certain level, and they must run it effectively. And when the private people see it, and that confidence is there, they bring their money, and that's when the government starts getting money back.
No.
I don't know why you argue that. You try to argue. All these private companies you are seeing in Europe, you are hearing their names.
They are not the owner of assets. They are just running it for the government. And government,
let me come in. Let me come in
okay.
here. Two countries are not the same. In terms of Nigerian setting, if we still continue to say the federal government should generate electricity, that means you are not changing anything. Because when they want, if they generate electricity, that bias will be there. Now people will say it's government money, a lot of corruption, so many vices always come with it. And that is the major reason why the electricity have not improved over the years in Nigeria. You have to also consider so many things. The population of Nigeria 30 years ago is not the same population of what we have now. People in Nigeria need more electricity for their businesses now, whether they are providing.
How do you even know? How do you know
what they have done now? What they have done now is the best thing that can happen to that country. I've already said it before. I said, state now generate, you distribute, you also transmit within your state. But it's now the federal government, they still hold on to the transmission by themselves. So if you have more than enough electricity, and then you now want to sell to your neighboring state, the neighboring state will not pay money to you. It will not connect to that national grid that we have, the transmission line. And then that state will not pay, let's Ogun want to get electricity from Lagos State. They will pay Lagos State. They will pay some kind of money to federal government for helping them to transmit it from Lagos to Ogun. That is the best way to do it. It's as simple as ABC. But if you are still thinking, okay, it's a national security, government should not, government will monitor whether you will like it or not. Because the transmission line is still with them. That national transmission from one state to another all over the country. So as we stand now, is the best way. But I want the federal government to work more to invite more investors that will invest in maybe simple 2 or 3 local governments.
Remy, I think that sector, with the way the situation we find ourselves, if the atmosphere, the risk is at least a little bit minimized, people will queue in. Chinese will be willing. Many countries will come in. And when you see those companies that are coming in as investors, where exactly are they putting their money? Once the administration ends, everything becomes so zigzag. You don't see them again. Even when you manage to see them, you see them demanding for fresh money. What about the one they said they have invested? I don't understand. Yeah.
Midwest. Let's take Lagos for example. When they want to buy more coaches for their subway line in Lagos, they have a lot of companies they went to in China. And some of them give them rolling stock, and also with the addition of providing training for who will work in all these subway lines in Lagos. They also agreed to set up a kind of factory in Nigeria to help them maintain all these things. So it depends. It depends on your governor. I think this is what we call federal system working in reality. So it depends on your Edo State governor to go to wherever you can find people that can invest in the state and provide electricity for that state. So, but if you're still fixated on federal government, like they should control generation, they should control transmission, nothing changes. We still remain the way we were. But with this,
wait, I'm not saying only thing.
For example, look at state. Some
state government is part of government now. Even local government is state. So we
you guys are talking about national security.
I'm not when you say national security, doesn't mean you will outline local government or state government. There's no way you can do that. You understand me?
It's local government, not part of national security.
But in Nigerian context, okay, let me ask you a very good question.
State government is government now.
So what you are trying to say?
Government.
Okay. So I before maybe I got you wrong. I thought you are trying to say that the federal government of Nigeria should say, what do you want the federal government to do exactly? Because when they already delegated to the, it's no more on, what do you call it? It's not, so when they already delegated to the state, so what exactly would be the function of the federal government?
Remy, to be frankly speaking, we have to look into our investment laws. Because the way they operate all these investment laws, business law, the application, the system, for me, personally, I see it like something that were designed to make black race to look like adults that will poo-poo and they
No,
don't know they have to.
who is doing that?
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Take, for example, even the state governors you are just pointing to, they are not sent. In most cases, they are even worse than the federal government you are pointing to.
No. Let me tell you something you don't know. There's
Let me
no
finish one there.
guarantee. I just
I
want to
want
chip
to
this one and then you continue with it. Before you also bring a foreign investor to invest in critical sector like energy, there must also be a form of guarantee from your federal government. It's not that you just go there and bring it and federal government does not know about it. They have to have a goal from federal government too. That is why you see that during Tinubu as a governor first time, when he brought a lot of energy turbines into Lagos, Obasanjo stopped him, or maybe Buhari also stopped them.
Let me use my state as an example. When Obaseki was there was a plan they called Siomo plant. Now, when this new government came in, he looked at the arrangement made by Obaseki. He could not follow through. Now he's also building his own. We can clap for it. Maybe the next administration will come in and tell you, no, this thing's here, this one. Me, I cannot work with this. I don't know whether I understand. But if there are guidelines and there are principles to what they are doing, what you can do, what you cannot do, you're supposed to sue the governor. You have violated this law. The law says it must be like this. So if you can't just make it open for them, and they continue to recycle us with lie, just imagine. Since I can say since independence or since the white people left, we haven't enjoyed that stable electricity. I remember when I was growing up in the heart of Benin, NEPA don't bring light. Oh, hey, we're happy. Sometimes you see the light is off. I thought it's like that. You understand me? So if we really want to help ourselves, the greatest challenge is that the corruption is too high, the loopholes is too much, and the government must look for a way to really question those so-called investment system and laws. Because if we are able to balance that, people will have the confidence. I don't know whether you understand. They will have the confidence. Even the private sector, they examine everything carefully because these things require many years. It requires stability for them to make money, and government must involve his money, not just guarantee, but in terms of the asset himself. It is the day-to-day running that you now start telling people to bring. They will see those assets to be credible and they can release money, and you start getting those money, you put them back as a government. While they are running, they are making profit. The law is, on the basis of agreed law, not on the basis of Mr. Governor or Mr. President have issued a decree. It must be like this. You get what I'm saying now? That is my own submission. Not that the way what they are pronouncing is not good. Let the governor go and take charge. Let private people come in. You can't just throw it on her. How would they come in? Define it properly. What is the role of the governor? What are they trying to build? Okay, if you are going to run it with gas, I as a government, I will subsidize it like this. If the government don't have a proper bureaucratic system to even subsidize I don't know whether those modular electrical this small mini electrical generated centers that they are trying to build, all these small ones. If you cannot subsidize one or two or three with proper bureaucracy, that is to say something big is wrong.
Mini grids.
This is just my information.
You have to. Yeah. You make a very good point. I think
we have the gas.
I don't subscribe to subsidy electricity.
Wait, hold on, Remy. For me, let us be. I don't know. Let us be sincere when we made our submission. Subsidy is not a problem.
No, listen.
Wait,
you have been talking now. Let us say something. You said you stop.
Okay.
I'm not against subsidy. If we subsidize education, I'm in for it, even up to university level. If we subsidize health, I'm into it. But when it comes to electricity consumption,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So how much, let's assume we have 24 hours electricity. How much do you think it will cost an average home to run electricity a month?
I'm sorry, I cannot give you an answer because the reason why I cannot give you an answer is that there's no data
Okay,
show
I will help you.
an
I will
average
help
Nigerian
you.
home.
You
An
you
average
live in
Nigerian
Sweden,
home.
right? You live in Sweden, right? How much do you pay for electricity a
It
month?
depends on how much I consume.
No, average. How much do you pay?
Oh, okay. For example, maybe in winter, sometimes I can pay
More
up to about
expensive.
150, 160 euro.
Euro, okay. Now you cannot figure.
Now
Let's
hold on.
assume.
Now hold on. Before you move ahead, that is my consumption. After
Okay.
3 months, they will now bring another 150, 150, 150, another 450 for me
Right.
to pay. That is for generation. So if you had everything together, we are talking about 900 euro.
Okay. So the reason why I ask you, that tells you how expensive electricity can be.
Of
Now,
course.
hold on. I will help you. Hold on. You live in a developed country where I'm pretty sure your salary is probably at least times 40 of that money or 50 self.
Kilo day.
Wait now, you hold on. We know the system. Hold on. In Nigeria, let's assume there is 24-hour electricity. The minimum wage in Nigeria is 70,000 naira. There is a teacher that is or a policeman, 100,000 naira a month.
Mm-hmm.
Electricity bill in Nigeria, when you have 24-hour electricity, if it's too cheap, the company are very nice, is 50,000 naira. Are you telling the teacher to bring out 50,000 and pay electricity?
Okay.
Then keep 50,000 for yourself to take care of your family and parents.
So this is the way I will counter you now. Once I provide subsidized education for your children from kindergarten to university, once I provide subsidized health service for your children, hold on now.
I think we're talking with sentiment. That's my issue.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You make a very good submission. I am trying to tell you, it is not electricity alone in Nigeria. In Nigeria, they don't pay yearly road fee because insurance is not well taken care of in Nigeria in terms of motor vehicle insurance. There's a lot of ojoro, wuru to the answer. So there's a lot of things that Nigeria are really enjoying. That when you not just oppose it with the people that live in diaspora, they don't. In Nigeria, you can even afford to not to go to work 3 or 4 days. Nothing will happen. Here, if you work per hour, so if you don't work, you don't get paid. And once you also get the money, there's a lot of tax in front of you you must meet. It's not the way you painted it is like the way you painted it is like, okay, after you pay electricity and pay everything, you still have a lot of chunk of money.
Now.
That's a lie in abroad.
Again, let me explain this to you. So first of all, electricity is a basic necessity for human being to live. Even the country where you live, they subsidize electricity. There is no country in the world where, quote me anywhere, there is no country in the world where electricity is not subsidized. In no day.
I don't know about
Tell me one. You have access to information there. You can
check it out. Maybe if I find an answer,
I'm telling you what goes on. So this is an industry I know very well.
One thing here that is highly subsidized, I will tell you, is education.
Bro, yeah, I know. In Scandinavia, education is highly subsidized.
Even up to university level.
Yes.
Wherever you want to study to
yes.
Health is also highly subsidized. Okay.
Yes.
Though they find
because
a way
you pay for it invariably.
Yes. So the taxes it's a lot of taxes you have to pay now.
Yep. But again, electricity too is subsidized because electricity is very expensive. You don't want to hear us, but you
I want to hear you, but it's like you want good electricity, and you want the private investor that is coming in to us. The government subsidizes for them. Sometimes
government need to invest. They don't have option. They don't have option. They need to invest.
So it's beauty. So at least all those governors will not be chopping the money like before. So let them subsidize it for their citizens in their state. Is that fine? That is not the problem.
I think you just want to argue.
You know, AY,
Even Simba,
I want,
hold on. Even Simba that is talking there, oh, Simba with all the plenty money when they pay, Simba they subsidize electricity for her. Simba they see her. This Simba, where did they see there?
how do you know say how did you
We
say
know
they pay
now.
me
Come
plenty
on,
money?
we know. We know the system. No worry.
No, AY, I don't have any problem with subsidy, but direct subsidy is what I'm against, because
Right,
Nigerians they will just dabaru everything. You
right.
understand? If
Yeah.
if I be governor of a state in Nigeria and I invite any electricity, what I will give to them, I can give them maybe something like tax credits,
Yeah.
infrastructure grant and
It
all
can
those
be
things, so
anything.
as
Yeah,
to
yeah.
lower
Loan.
the cost.
Loan
Eh?
without interest. Yeah. All those set of
As
stuff.
to reduce their
Yeah.
cost of production. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? But anything that has to do with, if you
Okay, so
consume 50
well, it's my turn.
kilowatts, let me finish. Don't bully me, please, daddy. So,
Okay.
but not in kilowatt, that if you consume this kilowatt, this is the amount you pay. If you see the way the bill they will be bringing to you every month, you will not survive it, AY.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense
if the
too. Mm.
uh
It makes sense. Yeah, as long as you have to look for a way to come in. Federal government cannot hand off. It's not possible. I'm telling you this for free.
Okay, AY. So I think since you're quite familiar with that industry, why do in the West, why do electricity power companies, okay, why do they go to power companies? Why do they go to the the I guess depending on the state to a commission, essentially to the state, to ask for rate increase before they increase the rate for consumers?
They ask for what?
They ask for rate increase on the consumers before they implement it. In other words, the commission, the state commission, or the state has to approve
Yeah,
that they can increase the rate on the consumers. Why do you
yeah,
think?
because it's
Why don't
highly
they leave it to free
regulated.
market?
No, you can't make it free market. Again, that is so government they is highly regulated. It's a
Okay, no,
highly
okay.
regulated
So
market.
exactly to the point, what you've been saying essentially all along. See,
Yeah.
that's part of the subsidy program that consumers enjoy. See,
Yep.
left
Yep.
to the power companies, they would charge, let's say, $5 per kilowatt if they could. But because
Exactly.
of yes. So when people saying, oh, the private people cannot invest, all this other, we're always making up stories in freaking our country, in Nigeria. Okay. Oh, the private investor need to get their money and all these other things. No, no, no. It's highly regulated here also. Left to these power companies, they will charge arm and leg
They
and
will
recoup
they will slaughter
to
your
recoup their
people.
investment overnight in a short period of time.
Prince
But
Daddy,
they
let me
have to
give you
play the long
example.
game. They have to
Prince
play the
Daddy, let
long
me give
game.
you example. Last year when I was in Nigeria, I noticed how MTN operate. I was so pissed. I said these people are deliberately stealing Nigerian money. So if you see the operation, you can buy data now before you know they break. You buy it at 5,000 before they break. They have a way. There is something they do it that is not right. Government, you don't allow to a company to exploit your people like that. Sometimes they tell you, send text message, 100 naira is gone. They have funny stuff. You see, they play funny trick. Government, you need to protect your people. You such market. That's why when we talk of critical infrastructure, you don't give it up completely. You have to make sure you have very strong control of the market. Otherwise, investors they just want to make money. They are capitalists. They don't care how they make money. They just want to make money. So even in bank, look at what banks does. If you don't allow them, they can come wake up and just take 100 naira from everybody's account. Nobody question
Exactly,
them.
they do that
So
now. They will just
CBN,
say
yeah, they do that. So, but if you
Well,
maintenance
let
charge.
they can call it any fee, but if you have strong
exactly.
policies, they will not dare do it because you will be sanctioned. By the time they bill you 50 million
AY.
naira, tomorrow you will not try it. Yeah, go
The
ahead.
same people, the same company, the same government that's supposed to protect the consumers are the ones that get a kickback. So
God bless you.
don't think the
Yep.
MTN and its other telecom companies are operating with impunity. by themselves. It's part of the whole, the whole criminal gang, so to speak.
Yeah, it
To
is.
your point,
I think the problem is the people that are supposed to even be regulating them, they have turned into cash cow. They are just
Yes,
seeing
now.
it as a way of making money.
Yeah, that is what scared me about Nigeria. For example, you tell somebody, oh, you are regulating NNPC, monitor what Dangote is doing in the petroleum industry. The people go meet Dangote, Oga, you go give us our something, you do whatever you like. They allow you to.
Exactly.
This kind of stuff are not allowed in country, especially when it's consumer, when it's the public that are consuming this stuff. You have to make sure it's your responsibility to protect them. You have to.
Sorry, please,
on the show. Nigeria runs on inefficiencies. That's our model. Nigeria runs on inefficiencies. Well, it's a big problem for everybody, but at the same time, that's how we survive. Just like you said, the auditors or the people that's supposed to make sure the companies comply to this and that, everybody gets a kickback and they turn a blind eye. And when I say that, Dangote has been a blessing to Nigeria, but nonetheless, that man is also enjoying the largesse in the Nigerian state. He's stealing billions of dollars. It's when I say Nigerians have a big stake in Dangote refinery, many people think I'm kidding. This guy's stealing and all these people. He's stealing billions of dollars from Nigerian people.
A lot of them, they do. A lot of them.
So,
that is why
people, I guess because Dangote is the only one. Dangote is the only one that actually did something with the money that he stole. Well, okay, I guess I give him credit for that. But let's not pretend that this guy did not lose the Nigerian Central Bank and take advantage of the system big time. It did. So, but at the end of the day, he's able to build something. Okay, fine. But again, it is the inefficiencies in the system that allows people like Babachir Lawal to spend.
Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys one question. We can't discontinence of what we call the corruption economy. A corruption economy exists everywhere, and is a major driver of major economies. I hope people understand what I mean by corruption economy.
Yes, it exists every. You are right, Simba. But let me tell you the problem I have with Africa. I'll tell you the wickedness of Africa corruption economy you just mentioned. I'll give you an example. In America, for example, even in Saudi Arabia, you give contract to a company. That contract, you have to do it to standard. If you want to construct road, they will do all the study. They will make sure, okay, this road you are going to build, you are giving assurance for that road. In the next 30 years, nothing must happen to that road. You are giving that assurance. It's substandard. In Africa, a governor want to build road, or whoever the minister, what they will protect is their kickback. This is what they will protect. So they don't care what you do. I tell you, I have a friend that used to do contract with federal government. They give you, for example, a contract of 100 million naira, for example. These people, they will take out like 40 million, they will give you 60 million. They look away. They don't care if the quality of the road, as long as they get their money, they don't care if it's evil done. This is what happened in Nigeria. So the corruption in Nigeria is so high.
How do we get this problem that you are highlighting? Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me make my point first. Well said. In other countries, I said it before. I was talking to this guy. It's Kuwait. This guy from Kuwait. During the course of the conversation, then corruption came up, and the guy said, "In my country, there's corruption also." He said, "There's big time corruption."
Yeah.
He knows what he's talking about. Not just a common guy. He's quite familiar with the system and close to the system. So to your point, there's corruption everywhere.
Everywhere.
But it comes down to how we value ourselves. I said it to somebody a while ago, and Simba was quite confused by what I said. That the leadership is a reflection of the people, and vice versa. See, to your point,
100%.
okay, to your point, see, in a different country, there's corruption everywhere. Trust me, there's big time corruption in America here too. I can tell you all about that. But the point is that they would demand the quality of the work that needs to be done
it's
to be
not
of high standard.
compromise.
Yes, even though they still get kicked back and get their money. But just like I said in Nigeria, there's no oversight. They don't care. Even if you don't build the damn road, no problem. No problem.
This is how bad it is. They look away. That's my fear for
Okay, the question
Africa
I
when
want to
I'm
ask
looking
you,
at Nigeria.
the question I want to ask you, why is this?
Mm.
When how can we change that our attitude? Do you understand? When people don't look at the generality of the people, we are just selfish. Because if not because of selfishness, if you are given the opportunity, say, okay, you are the one representing government in Dangote to make sure that Dangote doesn't cheat Nigeria. But the only thing that you are after is to get to fill your own pocket. Whatever Dangote is doing to Nigeria doesn't concern you. You are the one, they give you opportunity to say, okay, this road, supervise it, let them construct it where you don't care about whatever they put down there. The only thing is your pocket. So how do we, because those are the people representing government. When we say
first of
government should
all,
supervise,
let me take
Nigerians,
a quick
wait
crack
now,
at it.
let me finish. Nigerians are the people that government is going to use. It's not going to go and import. But when you say government, they are Nigerians. So how can we now sensitize our people to have that belief in, you understand, to make sure that things are done, because these are the same people that be complaining,
I understand your question. Let me take a crack at it briefly. So it comes down to, can you fight the system? Can you fight the system, right? To your point, see, one person or two people having to go against the system to change it from the not from the top, from the bottom. How is that even possible? It goes two ways, okay? I would say it's either you play ball or you step out of the way. Plain and simple. You play ball the way it needs to be played. So everybody, steal the money, share the money, whatever. Or you say, hey, I wash my hands and keep your mouth shut and get out of the way. So I don't have a solution. In other words, that's what I'm trying to say. Unless there's a system or there's a way whereby we can reorient the people, reorientation, to start thinking in a certain direction.
You are
I don't know
giving
how
up.
it's gonna work. But I tell you also, see, what you're talking about, Simba, is not something that just appears from nowhere. It's a culture, it's a system that begins in its initiation from kindergarten and how and all the way to the workplace. The reason why I would say that in the West
Prince Adi, Prince Adi, let me tell you, I was speaking with one of my classmates who is a director in FAN, Federal Airport Authority, and he was telling me, he said, if you want to show that you care for people, they are going to eliminate you.
Yes, so yes.
Siva.
Oh no, Simba. Say, okay, Simba. That's the point I was trying to make. See, I said it before.
I think it's everywhere in the world.
My dad, for example, was at the top of everything possible in that country. But given the level of, you see, when you're at that top, you don't ask for anything. It just give you everything that you want. So either you take it, okay, and be part of the system, or you keep your mouth shut and get out of the way. That's just the way it works. You cannot fight the system. I bet you could somehow, but how to do it, I don't have a clue. Because you small person that you're going to show up. When you're a guy at the top, say you should do something, you're going to say what? You want to go to police or go to court and do what? You have no chance.
I think what can solve the problem is more decentralization. That is what can limit.
Remy, forget it. The decentralization cannot solve that one.
Remy, hold on. You talk.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Are the people at the state? Hold on. The people at the state or the local government are they angels? Are they not?
Exactly.
They are not. They are not angels. But look at, for example, look at the way they practice federal in America. Why are the states very competitive in America? There's a huge corruption in America. I know, even more than Nigeria. but at least the states are competitive. You can decide to leave the West Coast and go to the East Coast, or maybe go to the South, and you can see opportunity there. You cannot
You know,
eradicate corruption.
there are certain Prizadi, you said something earlier on. There are
Can you
certain
also
things that
give
I
me,
cannot
can
see.
you give me time to contribute
Let me
to
in
that
the
space?
Midwest.
They are calling you
Always
Midwest. Go
when
and answer
somebody
your
is
phone,
talking,
Jare.
just let the person land before you start talking on the person now. There
I
are
always
certain
seek
things I
permission.
want to. There are certain things I want to say, Prizadi, that I cannot say online. You understand?
Yes, yes. We know
Maybe
now.
when we go to the backstage, I will tell you the you know the level of corruption in Nigeria is just is just a tip of iceberg.
Simba,
When you see what, yes,
finish. Go ahead.
you
You can
understand, when
finish
you see
now.
what is happening in other climb. But we will talk when we go. When I will say what I want to say when we go to backstage.
Simba, let me be honest with you. Nigeria corrupt too. Nigeria, the
We
corruption,
accept.
you have
It's
no
even we're
idea.
over 5 hours now, and we're anybody.
Every
Let's go to
the
backstage.
even me, if I
Let's
tell
go to
you I
backstage.
know the
I will put the
solution,
link. Sorry,
Simba,
AY.
Mona, let me also contribute to that space because you
You
asked a
will
question.
let me go to backstage. Anybody that want to come and join us, come and join us. I'll put the link there.